course, presentations like this, always important to remind folks, not every single detail, but 300-page budget is included. Not everything that's omitted is secondary in terms of importance as well. So I want to reinforce my depth of appreciation to everybody that prepared this budget, particularly Keely and her entire team, to HD, and all the hard work that he's put into framing the core components of this budget, to the team that is assembled here today, led by Jim and Ana Montesantos, and of course my wife, who also worked on many components of this budget as her personal passions and our collective personal passions as a state are represented in this year's 2022-2023 budget. Let's jump right in. It's a $286.4 billion total budget, which represents about a 9.1% increase from last year. The general fund this year is $213.1 billion, close to $250 billion in that space. That general fund represents about a 1.5% increase from last year. 9.1 total budget increase from last year, 1.5% general fund increase. Importantly, we begin, as has been the case the last few years, focusing on our commitment and resolve to maintain a strong fiscal foundation here in the state of California. I say this often: you do not need to be profligate to be progressive. We have the capacity to invest in our growth engines, invest in the future, as well as making sure that we prepare for the uncertainties that the future presents. As you see here, the budget reserves, the highest they've been, $34.6 billion. We now have close to $21 billion in the rainy day fund deposit, the school stabilization reserve, which we'll talk about more in a moment. It's close to $10 billion. Just consider last year in the January presentation, I proposed last January a $2.99 billion school stabilization reserve. Now we're proposing a $9.7 billion school stabilization reserve. You see the operating reserve, a familiar number, around $3.1 billion, and the safety net reserve close to $1 billion at $900 million. The retirement liabilities we are working hard to address, as many of you know, and these are numbers, I think they go to June 30th, 2020, don't quote me, but these are roughly the last available estimates of unfunded liability. PERS in that $63 billion range. The state component of our STRS unfunded liability around $31.5 billion. That's the state component. And so our commitment is to make sure that we invest a supplemental payment, invest those dollars now, and I say invest because the ROI, the return on these supplemental payments in terms of reducing over a 30-year period those unfunded liabilities is significant. As you know, in 2017, 2018, about 4 years ago, those supplemental payments began at a whole nother level, with a whole nother level of intensity and intentionality. $12.7 billion of supplemental payments have been committed over the last 4 years, $3.9 billion this year. And by the way, that $3.9 billion, that includes $56 million for Smith. As you were, for those that are paying attention, you may have lost you just on the Smith frame, the $56 million. An additional $365 million payment will be for unfunded healthcare liabilities, and the remaining to PERS specifically, which is $3.5 billion. But that's the $3.9 billion this year. And then a commitment over the forecast period. Remember, the budget we submit today is not only balanced as it relates to our next fiscal year projections, but balanced over the remaining 3 years as well. And this is incredibly important. The old days of doing business, we weren't balancing into the future. We are balancing with the future in mind. And this forecast period, this multi-year budget presentation here today incorporates that balanced budget, but also incorporates $8.4 billion of supplemental investments into our retirement liabilities. The surplus projected this year, $45.7 billion. Now that's total surplus. That's $16.1 billion of that 47.5. And forgive me, I'll move away from decimal points in a moment. but it's important because I know people are tracking this very closely. Our estimate today of the surplus, and we know that this will change dramatically in the next few months, and that's the purpose of the May revise. But today we estimate the surplus, total surplus of $45.7 billion. But of that surplus, $16.1 billion is specific to Prop 98. So you could take that away from the $45.7 billion. $3.9 billion is set aside in those payments I just reflected, which is Proposition 2, the set aside, as well as $5.1 billion for reserves, and the rest, the remaining discretionary surplus, as some like to refer to it, is $20.6 billion. So Keely will talk more about that after my presentation, but top line, apple to apple, looking last year to this year, though this year we are in a substantially better place than we projected last January, but after that May revise, things changed dramatically, $45.7 billion. As always, and this is a firm point for me, and it's a point I emphasize in every budget presentation, a commitment to fiscal discipline requires consideration of the nature of our tax system. No one naive about the volatility of our tax system and how we collect those revenues, particularly as it relates to close to $25 billion, just shy of $25 billion record-breaking capital gains tax windfall this year. One-time investments are paramount. And as has been the case over the last number of years in our presentations, we've been north of 85, close to 90% of the surplus investments into one time. The budget we're presenting here today at least initiates an 86% framework. So here's the 5 things we're focused on. These are referred to often by some as existential, particularly as it relates to climate change, issues related to COVID, but homelessness, cost of living broadly defined, and public safety increasingly and understandably top of mind in terms of people's concerns. So these are the top 5 areas. This slide represents the top 5 areas of focus in this year's budget. Let's start with the fighting COVID with science, common sense, being open argument, interested in evidence, not ideological in terms of our approach, and focused a little bit on what we've done in the past. $11.2 billion has been invested over the last number of years to fight this pandemic. 67.6 million vaccines and boosters have been administered to date. Over 125 million, just close to 125 million tests have been processed at over 6,288 sites that we currently operate. I think it's important to note that we have these Optum-served sites, 50 plus of them in the state of California. 90% of them reside within 30 minutes, or at least 90% of Californians. And those are even the most remote and rural parts of this nation's largest state. 90% of us, 40 million of us, live within 30 minutes of a testing site. I continue to be proud of our healthcare leadership, leading the nation in safety policies at our public schools, working with our healthcare workforce, and of course, trying to lead by example as relates to being one of the largest employers in California as well, with all state employees and state workers. So the commitment, the goal this year is to do more on testing, get those vaccine boosters, and continue to do what we can to fight this latest surge and issues related to staffing of frontline workers at our hospitals, and deal with just the incredible stress and strain that so many in our system are facing, and the individuals that show up every single day for work against just extraordinary circumstances. And we'll talk more about them and our efforts to support them in a moment. But $2.7 billion, we want to invest about $1.3 billion next year, and I'll go back, $1.3 billion into the next budget year, $1.4 billion for the remainder of this year. That makes up the $2.7 billion blueprint. You'll see on these slides a reference to the blueprint. That reference is to new investments for 2022, 2023. You will see as well issues related to the California Comeback Plan, which references announcements last year. And I know in the Q&A, we will be more prescriptive and specific, certainly Keely and her team, to lay out in more detail what is new, what's net new, and what's a continuation of commitments we made last year. I'll do my best in this presentation to do that, and that's the reference, as you can see here in the Combating the Climate Crisis slide. California Comeback, what we announced and what we were successful at locking into last year's 2021 Budget Act, and then the blueprint, which is our commitment in the 2022-2023 budget. So specifically, just to remind you, we put an unprecedented $15.1 billion to commit to address the existential issues of climate change last year. This was unprecedented in U.S. history. No state coming close, even on an adjusted per capita basis. This year, we're taking it to a whole nother level with an additional $22.5 billion. And here is the breakdown in broad strokes. This is not every detail, just to give you a sense of where these large investments we are proposing go. And again, I recognize, as I state every budget presentation, this is a partnership with the California legislature. They have been an extraordinary partner over the last number of years. This is our proposal, and this is the budget presentation. We look forward to refining it and working with our partners across the spectrum, 40 million partners across the spectrum, to refine this in the May revise and ultimately for signature later in the year. $2.7 billion is being proposed to address forest health and fire protection. You'll recall $1.5 billion. That included, by the way, a $536 million early action plan last year. We worked with the legislature on that, but $1.5 billion was committed. It's a multi-year commitment where we want to add and true up an additional $1.2 billion this year. So a 2-year commitment for a multi-year investment on forest health and fire protection, the likes of which this state has never seen, and is necessary to combat the ravages of the extremes and issues related to wildfires. $2.7 billion is being proposed. More detail on the $1.2 billion new dollars. Forest landscapes, you see very familiar issues, or rather items and bullet items here on prescribed burns and issues related to grazing. Reforestation, which I wanted to highlight because that's a big part of addressing the ravages of the last few years. Forest thinning in a thoughtful and judicious way. Fuel breaks, they're not the panacea, but we'll continue our investments in fuel breaks, our regional investments, which are critical as well. In addition to those, community protections, community hardening, home hardening investments, the $44 million there, and economic stimulus. That's the forest sector and wood products market, of real focus with intention on rural economic development. Science-based management, and that's remote sensoring, new technology, cameras, infrared investments that we've been talking about the last few years. As you recall, we put together a detailed multi-year forest resilient action plan. This is to provide more support, more personnel to help us apply and implement the principles that we laid out in that plan. And we created a new Office of Wildfire Technology. I get more calls every wildfire season saying, we've got to do things differently. We've got to invest in the future. What tools of technology are you advancing? Well, we have a new Office of Wildfire Technology, and we are investing in that. I want to thank Senator Dodd and McGuire, so many others for their leadership in this space and in getting us to this moment. And just know we're testing and piloting new technologies. We have a whole new procurement strategy as it relates to a more iterative approach to technology, moving away from an old Byzantine bureaucratic framework that's marked the past. As it relates to additional support, perhaps none more important than dealing with the tired and the weary, our CAL FIRE wildfire fighters. They're overwhelmed. They're stressed. We've tried to get the staffing up, and we have substantially made progress over the last number of years, but the workload is still profound. We put $400 million. We'll work with our bargaining partners. We'll work with the legislature to talk more specifically about how to plug those dollars in, but we set aside in the January budget a $400 million appropriation to help support our our firefighters, our CAL FIRE partners, as well as more technology, more equipment. Just to remind you, the Blackhawks provide nighttime. These are what we refer to in the lexicon of the firefighting first as Firehawks. These are the Black Hawk helicopters. We don't like talking about Blackhawks in the context of now being Firehawks, but we're going to provide $99 million for 4 new Blackhawks. We've got these new large contracted helitankers, which we're promoting 10 additional contracted helitankers. And you can see engines, bulldozers, new fire crews, all part of, again, a $648 million wildfire package blueprint that adds to the forest resilience work that we referred to in the previous slides. The emergency response will continue to do more in real-time intelligence. Make sure that we see a spark of a fire, we get in there quickly and early, LiDAR, radar, Pentagon technology, all of those things we've been doing in the last few years, now with a real partner in the White House, made more much easier, and making more assets more readily available. So more investment in that space, and I cannot impress upon you more, I say this every year, it'll be a year we'll all be right, and that is earthquake preparedness. And any folks that live up near Eureka and Humboldt County know what I'm talking about. Recently, offshore, large earthquake. But one of the things that we are appreciative of is the number of people that are going to the MyShake app, and downloading it. There were wonderful stories of people, one individual that got a 15-second warning driving along the coast and pulled over safely, waiting for the earthquake, which he knew was coming because he had the downloaded app. It warned him 15 seconds in advance. He was safely able to pull over, wait for the earthquake to end, and went on about his business. It was highlighted in a number of local reports. I highlighted today as something we would like to see all across the state as more people take advantage. By the way, that $17 million is specifically to provide more density for sensors in some of our more rural and remote parts of the state, as we are mindful this is not just an urban construct of concern. Earthquakes are reality all throughout the state of California. By the way, redundancy, resiliency, you'll hear those words used in this presentation. Redundancy in this case, as it relates to a commitment. It's a multi-year, 5-year commitment to create a new Southern California Emergency Response Center operated by the Office of Emergency Service. It's a backup center, more regionally focused in Southern California. These are dollars that will go to investing in that multi-year commitment. Let's talk drought. It's front and center, though perhaps a little less so because of recent rains. They'll look at your forecast over the next week or so in the midst of what should be the most wet and rainy season in January. That said, we are mindful of our need to do better, to prepare not only for the short-term, medium, but long-term realities of a world that's being replumbed literally and figuratively as it relates to the extremes of weather. And so last year we put out $5.2 billion, again, California comeback, multi-year commitment to invest in drought preparedness. This year we're truing it up with an additional $750 million, so $6 billion, not bonds, not a voter initiative, general fund being supported in this space or to support this space. Here's the layout of some of the things that we'll be focused on. Again, we've got to do more work, all of us, my family included, all of us on water conservation, water efficiency, groundwater recharge and replenishment, continuing to focus on assisting small farmers that are under tremendous stress, some discretion in this budget as well, working with the legislature based on the complexity and nuances and the day-to-day realities of shifting changes and extremes. Some contingency support here will allow us to work with the legislature to fill in the blanks. So $750 additional million on drought. Nature-based solutions, last year we put out a commitment for a 3-year investment in almost $4 billion. Here's the second year commitment of that $3.7 billion 3-year commitment. So of that 3.7, 2.1 we are projecting, or rather proposing to be invested this year. $400 million for coastal and ocean protection. That 30 by 30, you may recall, we were the first state in the country, I'm very proud of this, leading effort around the world, not just across this nation, to preserve 30% of our land and water permanently, sustainably. In this state, we want to fund that initiative. We made that clear when we announced the framework, and that's part of the $2.1 billion blueprint in this budget. Community resilience, catalytic projects, a lot of words that mean a lot to some people, a little less so to other people. End of the day, just investments, unprecedented investments in making sure that our wetlands are restored, that we are more capable of dealing with extreme heat, extreme rain, floods, and weather, including, by the way, first in the nation, Climate Corps. I want to thank our team, Cal Volunteers and Josh Friday. Really proud of this. As you know, part of the Build Back Better program, Biden administration's trying to advance a nationwide Climate Corps. We'd love to see it, but until the federal government moves in that direction, we'll continue to lead with investments in that space. And by the way, those investments must include a framework of focus, particularly in urban parts of the state around extreme heat. Urban, again, not just a coastal construct, Bakersfield, Merced, Lost Hills. You can be in any community in the Central Valley. This opportunity to take some of these urban centers, for example, Fresno, and do more urban greening. So that's the framework of that $175 million investment. Smart agriculture, that's around issues of carbon sequestration, issues of healthy soils, equipment, reimbursements. You can see here last year a $1.1 billion commitment we made. This is the second year investment, $417 million in this space. Also includes issues related to livestock and methane, again, in partnership with our ag community. Our circular economy is a fancy way of talking about, well, organics and composting and waste and recycling. We are committed to reform our recycling efforts here in this state. You'll see that reflected in that close to 300-page document in more detail. $270 million was committed last year. This is the second year investment, $65 million in that space. And parks. This is important to me, deeply important to my wife, who's made access for all Californians, regardless of income, focusing on disparities as it relates to access. It's really one of the great gifts that we all as Californians benefit from, but not equally. And we want to equalize that access. And these are big investments based on historic frameworks. We are parks people. We're committed to investing in our parks, 757 million reasons to back that up in terms of this proposal. Look, we all believe, I believe, not everybody, depends your industry, depends on where the paycheck perhaps comes from, but that's an oil-free future. Low carbon, green growth, changing the way we produce and consume energy. California wants to maintain its international leadership. We put a stake in the ground, the first state in the nation to say we will not sell traditional internal combustion engines, gas-powered engines by 2035. You saw markets move, GM, Ford, and others aligning and announcing, and now increasingly not just our own federal government, but governments around the rest of the world. This is dramatic. It's profound. And for California, you can't get serious about climate change unless you're serious about tailpipe emissions and all the related emissions from extraction to power our transportation sector. And that's why we have a framework around climate on the move. A $10 billion, you would think we were announcing for the United States government. Hey, this is a $10 billion state sub-national commitment. $10 billion two-year commitment on zero-emission vehicles. This is a reason so many new zero-emission vehicle companies are moving into the state of California, and this is why even those that resided historically in the state are growing in the state, and it's why it's one of our top exports. We believe in our policy and regulatory system because it's accelerated private sector investment, and we believe this is the future, and we say this often. If we don't invest in the future, we're not going to do very well there. And so we are quadrupling down. This is unprecedented in terms of our efforts, not just on this slide, but across the spectrum in this space, and I'll get to that, but notably close to, well, just shy, $4 billion last year, additional $2.2 billion this year of additional support above last year. 6.1, $10 billion, if you followed that, total zero-emission investments over a 2-year period. Let's talk about the new investments. These are, again, multi-year investments, $3.9 billion specifically for truck conversions and buses. You can see there 1,700 transit buses, 1,000 dredge budgets, which are nothing more than those dredge trucks, rather. You see those trucks, mostly, a lot of them diesel, up and down the roads. We want to start converting them. School buses, a lot of port electrification. I'll talk more about that in a moment. Passenger vehicles, all the good work. Thank you to Phil Ting, so many others in the legislature leading in that space. Want to convert 40,000 new cars and provide incentives in that space. 100,000 can't have cars, electric cars, without the infrastructure. New charging stations, you see 100,000. That's, by the way, we're looking 100,000 plus, 40,000 plus. These are baseline numbers, just to give you a sense of our commitments, and another $1 billion in this space. So that's just on issues of transportation. But again, that's over 50% of the greenhouse gas emissions in this state. It's not nationwide, but in California, the extraction and the tailpipe emission, the pollution associated with that is over 50% of our GHG challenge. That's why this is so profound, and that $10 billion we think is a significant, unprecedented commitment. And by the way, for every investor in the world, I hope they wake up to that $10 billion investment. No one else is committed to doing more in this space. And if you are looking to put your dollars and invest and to create jobs and opportunity, there's no other state in the country, few countries in the world, more committed than this state, the state of California, to support your efforts and to incentivize through a regulatory framework that incentivizes risk-taking, of course, tries to mitigate recklessness. Spirit of clean energy, we extend that to a blueprint that includes $2 billion of additional investment around building decarbonization, something we need to talk more about, our existing built environment, retrofits, rebates, refrigerant equipment. We want to continue to lead in this space, as Governor Brown did in the 1970s. We need to do more now as we leap into the future. So that's what this slide represents, this budget commitment represents, $2 billion in this clean energy space, long duration storage, including up at Orville and their pump station as well. We're looking for industrial decarbonization and green hydrogen, work around food production, focus on that, offshore wind, which we have this incredible partnership with the Biden administration. A lot of work has been done in this space, so much more to talk and promote in this space over the coming years. And then energy modeling. We're very mindful that if we are going to sprint in this transition, we've got to support a thoughtful framework to model our total megawatt usage, how we actually connect the dot in the grid, literally and figuratively. And so there's resources. People ask me often, what are you doing in terms of really modeling that future? How are you actually going to achieve these goals? Resources in that space. Let's quickly talk about tax incentives, tax credits. Look, over 3 years, $250 million a year, $100 million a year for companies that opt to develop green energy technology, that agree to share profits. We'll talk, if you want to ask questions about that today, want to grab me later, we could talk more about some novel strategies we have in that space, some new ideas we have in that space. That's what that slide represents, or that bullet point, $750 million again, $250 million a year over 3 years. And that's for companies creating cutting-edge climate solutions. And this is why I'm reinforcing, if you want to invest, there's no better place to invest in the future, green energy, low-carbon green growth than the state of California. And these tax credits are just another example of California leading the way. Speaking of leading the way, I just want to thank all of the incredible leadership in the Assembly and the Senate, many members that have been on the leading edge, focusing on the future of what some are referring to as Lithium Valley. All the geothermal work that's being done, a byproduct of that is lithium. What's lithium? Nothing more than addressing this battery manufacturing opportunity and ecosystem that is now front and center, top of mind, as we convert our fleets around the world. Well, we have what some have described as the Saudi Arabia of lithium here in the state of California, down in Imperial County. near the Salton Sea. And we want to work with all of the partners in the legislature. I've had many occasions to visit. Now we want to put to work a new regulatory framework to spur private investment, to focus on creating loan programs and de-risking investment, new regulatory certainty, focus on environmental and labor standards right up front. And so we can set the rules of the road, get policy to drive an acceleration of investment, and focus on regionalizing economic opportunity in part of the state that deserves more investment and more attention. Member Garcia, so many other members, I can go on and talk about so much leadership in the Assembly and the Senate, but again, I just want to applaud their work and not let them know we're mindful of the commission that was established, and we are resolved and enthusiastic about investing in this space. Let's talk briefly about homelessness. We talked a lot last year about homelessness. Every week I talk a lot about homelessness. This week I'll be talking more about homelessness. Look, we recognize our responsibility to do more and better. I want you to know that the numbers you see here, you've never seen in the history of this state, and no other state in the nation has ever laid out a commitment, a resolve to do more and investments as it relates to addressing homelessness. $12 billion committed a multi-year last year. Again, so much of this budget is about laying out last year a framework and now applying that vision, the application, the implementation, the what and why, now it's the how. And I just think that's important to reinforce as a sort of meta message for this year's budget. You'll see a $14 billion a 2-year, we're plussing up additional $2 billion blueprint this year for the issue of homelessness. And I am going to set aside a larger discussion around behavioral health in the health section, which could easily have been pulled into this section. But I just want to remind you of last year's unprecedented commitments to create 44,000 new units and treatment slots, the home key model, which has been a wild success. By the way, for those I get people say, well, what have you guys done? Nothing's changed. Hold on homelessness. 58,000 people, 8,000 people through home key, 50,000 people through our room key model got off the streets last year. Just last year. That's never happened in any state in this country, let alone our state. Now, I'm not naive. I see exactly what you see, and that's the need to do more and better because we still have tens of thousands of others struggling and suffering. And so you'll see the multi-year commitment to address those needs, the behavioral health housing, which is the most significant investment since the Reagan administration started to dismantle that system in the late 1960s, 67, 68, 69, and decades that followed. The hotel-motel conversions, every week we are announcing new acquisitions under home key, more acquisitions under that umbrella at the local level. I just want to applaud all the incredible local partners, the big 13 mayors, led by Libby Schaaf this year, and great work that Sam Liccardo did last year, and all of the other city leaders and county leaders in this space. But let's talk about the new money, $1.5 billion to focus on getting people off the streets, particularly those that are struggling, many dually diagnosed, self-medicating with drug or alcohol addictions, those with behavioral health issues, those that have mental health and substance abuse issues. We have to target what's happening on the streets. And this year's budget, if there's any message I want to drive, it's this next slide message. We want to cut red tape this year, focus on behavioral health, and we are investing $55,000 and investing in 55,000 new homes and treatment beds with this 2-year commitment. So this is a real, this year is the year, and forgive me for being a little off here, that we are also going to tackle something that requires us to be a little bit uncomfortable, and that's conservatorship reform. I want to preview this. If you ask me a detailed question, I'm purposely going to obfuscate in terms of the response because we want to lay it out in more detail and specificity and build more understanding. But we are leaning into conservatorships this year. We've done a number of things on Laura's Law in the past. We've done some good things in this space, but we are leaning in heavily on what's happening in encampments, what's happening in terms of substance abuse and those that are self-medicating, and what's happening in terms of our streets. 500 million more. By the way, we did 50 million last year for encampments. We had never set aside dollars for encampments. 50 million, 500 million this year. And more investment in that mobile crisis efforts that now will be underway, a new Medi-Cal benefit. I can't wait to talk to you about this in a second. 1.4 billion reasons why I am enthusiastic about this, but we are getting out on the streets, holding more folks accountable, and I mean that in a wonderful and enlightened way. That's our local partners. They have homeless accountability plans. Those plans need to be submitted this calendar year. We are not going to fund failure. We're not going to fund folks that don't provide those plans. There's transparency, there's accountability, there's more data being shared. There's a new interagency council on homelessness. There are investments, there's a plan, and there's targeted interventions, short-term, not just long-term, that are a big component of this $2 billion package. And that's why, again, cutting red tape and focusing on treatment slots, tiny homes, interim solutions, not just long-term permanent, is part of the update of our 2-year, $14 billion homeless package. Cost of living. Could spend 2 days on cost of living. Let me try to sum up as quickly as I can. These are just components, by no means complete and comprehensive list, but let's just focus first on healthcare and trying to address the issues of those that continue to struggle to access and afford healthcare. I'll just remind you, past actions, no one else in the country, no other state in America has done more in this space than the state of California. It's a point of pride in the last few years in particular. It's a point of pride and passion as well. That said, we're not nearly where we need to go. And that's why we'll talk about our new investments, but just briefly, middle-class tax investments. You may recall the middle-class subsidies we did a couple years ago. No other state had done that. Interestingly, because of Nancy Pelosi's leadership and because of the president's leadership, they are actually now subsidizing that space. So we have roughly 300, Keely will clean this up perhaps after the presentation, but $333 million of savings because we don't have to fund that middle-class subsidy that we'll be putting into a reserve fund to expand other subsidies. But it's important to remind people that we were the first state to do that. We expanded ACEs screening, dementia screening. That's $135 million over 3 years alone. We launched CalRx and Medi-Cal RX this year, and I'll talk a little bit more about a preview for next year to attack the issues and costs associated with prescription drugs. And we expanded coverage for people regardless of immigration status, young and old alike. This year, here's what we're proposing to do. We struggled last year a little bit, and I'm not shy to say that, and I'm actually really proud because we had a great conversation with the legislature on creating this new Office of Healthcare Affordability to address underlying cost drivers, compliance, integration, again, of primary and behavioral health issues that we all share. I'm looking forward to getting this office done. It's been stubborn. It would have been done before if it was easy. So we are proposing to get it back this year. Here on the CalRx, insulin. So we decided just to chunk this thing down. How can we lay the groundwork to start manufacturing, or at least partner with manufacturers to do our own branded pharmaceuticals? We're just too big not to do that. Private sector uses leverage. We should use private sector considerations to leverage our purchasing power. Now, we've done that with private sector folks that now can join the state plan. That was part of the original CalRx and original executive order that I signed. I think that was one I signed on the first day in office. But we've been focusing on a partnership. You asked me about it. I'm not going to share any details until we're ready, but I wanted to preview it. And that's to contract and manufacture our own insulin at a profoundly reduced cost. I'm so excited about this. Can't wait to share more detail. And full disclosure, I don't think my staff was particularly pleased that I even offered this much information, but I wanted to lean in because I want you to know we mean business in this space, and I'm not walking away from that long-term commitment to get pharmaceutical costs down in the state of California. And by the way, I think insulin epitomizes the failures in the pharmaceutical industry. It just, in every way, shape, or form. And that's why we're targeting insulin, and we've got a potential partner, and looking forward to advancing more information in that space. Look, more things we've been doing and things that we're building on this year, part of the California Blueprint moving forward. We have more ideas, and Keely can walk through the details, to reduce premiums for pregnant women, children, new moms, those that are disabled. A lot of investments in the reproductive space, more flexibilities, more investments in terms of security broadly to provide safety and security and access to reproductive health in this state. We're looking to more investments, providing more equity for provider payments, particularly for preventative care that has been impacted by COVID profoundly. So real investments in that space. And opioids. I talked a few weeks ago, I'll talk very briefly about it in public safety slides coming up, around what's happening with fentanyl in this nation, what's happening in this state, this opioid crisis. A disproportionate focus of those resources, $182 million, will be in that fentanyl space. And we also will be focused not just on medication-assisted treatment, but also on issues of enforcement. But here's the big one. California is poised to be, if this proposal is supported, the first state in the country to achieve universal access to health coverage. So what does that mean? It means full scope Medi-Cal, including long-term care, IHSS, behavioral health, to all low-income Californians, regardless of immigration status, regardless of their age, regardless of their immigration status. Full implementation will initiate January 2024 if this is approved. I want to thank Senator Durazo, so many others, Arambula, so many leaders in this space. There are strong advocacy for decades, even prior to those leaders, decades, those that have been advocating for universal coverage. We're going to do it. We said we're going to do it. We said it would take a few years. We're committed to doing it. $614 million, it's not on this slide, $614 million is the general fund for this 2022-2023 budget year, and it annualizes at about $2.2 billion general fund in the out years. So 614 in this budget year, 2022-2023, annualizes $2.2 billion into the future. Building on that, want to remind you of some of the past actions we've taken. Again, big part of our focus, and we'll talk briefly about it here in a moment, around CalAIM, is the integration of brain and physical health, integration of mental health and substance abuse, issues of integrating around the whole person, meaning as an individual with so many comorbidities, so many challenges that make us human, and opportunities to address. So much of that integration is a big part of our focus. That's why transforming our behavioral health system is so foundational. This no wrong door policy, which will be part of all of our contracts, I think by July. We can get Dr. Galley and others to follow through and more details on that. We also committed, as you saw, to more facility investments in the last couple of years, more focus on crisis centers, peer supports, but also reimagining our children's behavioral health. And this is so exciting. It really is. No other state, I don't know, maybe there are, to be fair, but I haven't been reading about a lot of other states that have committed, except rhetorically, to investing 0 to 25. Well, $4 billion to completely reimagine our screening and services for our children. I mean, I don't need to tell you the stress and the anxiety that our kids have been under over the last few years, particularly as it relates to COVID. This is serious, and we are taking it seriously, and there's $4 billion in multi-year investment in this space. Last year, we put $1.4 billion, and this year, year two of that $4 billion investment is an additional $1.5 billion for our kids. And that's, again, an exciting proposal. It connects dots in our school system, and that's a multi-year vision that we are doubling down on. Speaking of $1.4 billion, I mentioned this a moment ago. We're creating this brand new Medi-Cal benefit for community-based mobile crisis intervention services. Again, this could easily be in that homeless bucket, but I wanted to include it more broadly in the healthcare bucket, since it is a Medi-Cal benefit expansion. $1.4 billion. Deal with those in crisis, mobile units, intervention, out on the streets. Very exciting proposal. and one that is long overdue in the state, as is the focus on those that are decomposing, those that can't represent themselves, those that need stabilization and diversion to the extent they can, that are found, quote unquote, incompetent to stand for trial, what we refer to as ISTs. I can go into great detail on this, but suffice to say we have a responsibility as a state to do better in this space. We haven't. We own that, and this is a commitment, firm commitment. Dr. Galley's one of his top priorities, and that's reflected in the budget investment in our state hospitals here. Briefly, just on CalAIM, we've talked about it in the last few years. For those that say, well, more is not better, better is better. For those that say, boy, what are they doing about reforming their healthcare system that has about 14.5 million Californians, a third of their population? Well, this is what we're doing. We're reforming the Medi-Cal system, reforming payments, reforming our entire approach. It's called CalAIM. We got the Biden administration to support this effort. That wasn't easy. Easier, the Biden administration, but not easy to get the federal government to sign off on first-in-the-nation reforms, true whole-person care, better coordination, not just short-term, but long-term care. This is exciting. All the justice-involved populations, folks, before they get out of jail, county jail, we actually are going to make sure they're screened for Medi-Cal eligibility, fill out a form, and learn that they actually can avail themselves to primary and preventative care. So they don't end up out on the streets and sidewalks. Health equity, I mean, you see the whole gambit. And so this is year two of this multi-year commitment, $2.8 billion this year to move the needle and to advance these, as we love to say, once-in-generation reforms. I'm mindful of time, so let me be brief, though housing could take more than a week in terms of presenting what needs to be done and the magnitude of the crisis in terms of costs in this state. We put out last year something we had never committed to, and that's a long-term vision with long-term investments, $10.3 billion. This year we want to add an additional $2 billion in this space. The past actions have focused on things we have not focused on in the past. Accountability, just like homelessness, where there's new accountability and planning requirements before those HEAP and HAP dollars are allowed to be invested. We are now poised with the establishment last year of a new housing accountability unit to make sure people are meeting their housing element goals and responsibility, to make sure when the new RENA numbers come out in 2022, which will establish, fancy way of saying, just establish our regional goals on housing production, which will update our new housing goals for the state, which will happen this year, that we actually hold those regions, those cities and counties, planning departments, accountable. That was a big focus last year, and we're making sure that we implement and apply it. And then those that say, well, you haven't done anything on CEQA. 17 specific CEQA-related reform bills that we've signed just in the last couple of years. I'm mindful that we have a lot more work to do. And I know what some may be watching are thinking specifically, and we are working, again, as working partners, not sparring partners, to see if those reforms can take shape, but we have made some progress. So today, we're announcing this additional $2 billion, more grants, more tax credits, a focus, and this is something I just want to reinforce, and to the extent we'll have the next week to talk about these next year. This is a focus on moving away from the WUI, moving away from the wildland-urban interface, moving away from investments in housing that don't focus on climate, health, integrating downtown schools, jobs, parks, and restaurants. You see that line there. Density, infill, as it's referred to. So real focus on investments in that space, incentives in that space, away from the sprawl, more focused investments, tangible focus, tax credits, grants, loans, and the like. Just as a FYI, this may come up, working with legislative leaders. I want to thank Speaker Rendon, Pro Tem Atkins. I want to thank so many legislative leaders that helped us last year put together the largest and most impactful eviction protection programs in the country. I'll remind you, we put up It was $7.2 billion when you consider electric bills and water bills that are past due, being able to cover all of them from last April to September 30th of last year, $5.2 billion specifically for rent. You can see the success of this. 45,000 households have availed themselves. We've run out of money because of the success. Federal government reallocated with a new formula, $62 million to the state. We asked for $1.9 billion. Even though we received 30% of the nation's allocation, which we're very pleased with, we need more support from the federal government. And so for the purposes of this budget, we are looking to continue to engage directly with Treasury, the Biden administration, as we have been, and directly with legislative leaders who have committed themselves, extraordinary commitment, to prioritize rental assistance to address that gap, particularly for those below 50% of AMI, but as much as 80% of AMI. And just know that we are sincere in our desire to bridge that federal gap and to see what we can do in the short run to get us the resources, $2+ billion, we estimate, that still may be needed to address the total population needs in terms of financial stress associated specifically with this once-in-a-generation pandemic. Small business, economic, and workforce development. Let's just briefly talk about what we did last year. $6.2 billion of tax cuts last year for small business, $4 billion of business grants last year. We had film tax credits. We did more Cal Competes tax credits, stepping up our game in this state in terms of being able to compete with other states. We put more resources into hiring tax credits, $1,000 tax credits, put almost $100 million to promote tourism, which we have never invested money like that in the past with Visit California. We had loan guarantees, micro business grants, investments for those, regardless of immigration status, in their entrepreneurial dreams as well. All of that, again, was committed to last year. Here's what we're committing to this year. We have a big unemployment insurance debt. Not surprising, every state does. Related to this pandemic, we're committing $3 billion over the next few years to pay down that debt. And I want to thank Senator Dodd and many others that have reached out concerned in that space for no other reason than it has an impact, if unpaid, on the issues of payroll tax. We put $1 billion in new loan guarantees out this year, $500 million to conform. I got a number of calls from Restaurant Association, local, not just statewide, wondering, are we going to conform with the venues and restaurants on their conformity with the federal government? We are. We're committing, we estimate, roughly $500 million in that space. We have a new venture capital program for underrepresented entrepreneurs, even though we dominate in venture capital, more venture capital last year than any previous year. There's still many underrepresented entrepreneurs that are not getting that entrepreneurial support, and we want to provide those dollars. And then we put $150 million. This number may move. Look forward to working with the legislature on this for extending the grant program. This is roughly the estimate of those that applied, but the money ran out. And so we'll see where this goes. We'll see how Omicron impacts this. Again, that's the purpose of January to May revise, but that's for the purpose of adding additional support to direct grants, not loans, for small businesses. Those are up to $25,000, as you may recall. More tourism investment. Again, the industry is lagging in terms of, because of the pandemic, global pandemic, want to continue to promote and support our uniquely special tourism and hospitality sector. We're going to continue to waive fees for all new businesses and more technical support for businesses. And we have these iHubs, which are these regions in this state where we incentivize risk-taking, and we want to provide more support for risk-takers in those spaces as well. We've talked a lot about ports as a nation around the world, the supply chain constraints because of the pandemic. We are proposing to invest new dollars, $2.3 billion in ports infrastructure, including a new workforce training facility, $110 million investment in Southern California, DMV, to continue to prioritize commercial truck drivers and licenses, cut down the red tape to fast track as we have a backlog in that space, process improvements, data collection and sharing between our ports, north and south, and other investments that we are making. We have additional dollars, not just additional, $9.1 billion just on transportation that we're proposing this year, 4.9, you can just see right there. These are new dollars in this budget. California Blueprint dollars, transit and rail projects, additional $2 billion. Local projects, $1.25 billion. All our work to get rid of those freeways and have more boulevards, all that work that the legislature did last year. Thank you, Scott Wiener, so many others. Bicycle, pedestrian, connecting communities, grade separations, you can see right there all of the details, including the high-speed rail, getting those final appropriations and finish the job in the Central Valley. Workforce. Can't talk about economic development without workforce development. 3 areas, not the exclusive areas, but they represent about $2.9 billion of investments in the workforce space, is 3.9, forgive me. Climate, career pathways, and care economy. Let's jump right in. Climate, workforce. Look, if we're going to transition, if we don't see oil in our future, if we are truly going to fulfill a vision around low carbon, green growth, if we're sincere about changing, as I said, the way we produce and consume energy, what are we going to do for all those folks that are currently filling up our tank and all those folks that have been out there in the fields working hard to build this economy as we know it today? And we need to lead in terms of answering that tough question. There's a lot of rhetoric in that frame, but we have to fulfill the promises. And so this is a commitment to provide support, retraining programs on capping oil wells, about 100,000 wells in the state. By the way, about 5,000 alone that have no associated ownership, meaning no one's liable or responsible for. We need to get those safely capped, and we have a lot of job opportunities in that space. Could pay folks, they have the expertise, pay them commensurate wages. We're providing real resources in this space. We talked about that Good Movement Training Campus. That was part of that previous slide, the low carbon economy workforce. Again, all focused in this area. You see, we've got this great new partnership. Thank you to President Drake as it relates to these regional climate partnerships we're going to establish with the support, again, of the legislature. And I want to thank Medina, so many members of the legislature for their outstanding support in this space. More forestry investments as well on workforce. Career pathways is a fancy way of saying, where are we going to skate? And that's to the puck, right? Where's the future? And how do we make sure we educate the future? And we know there's already a huge backlog on healthcare, education, climate, we talked about, and obviously technology, which we continue to struggle with in STEM sectors. And so that's the career pathways investments. It's really around K through 12 more than anything else, K to 14, but K through 12, in facilitating students' opportunities in transition from school to college, those that may not go to college, but students to careers and to the future. We have care economy. Thank you to my wife, day in and day out for her focus. You need to talk more, she's right, talk more about the care economy. Talk about all the uncompensated work, but also celebrate those that are compensated. We need to have their backs. They've had ours. Our nurses and across the spectrum. Everybody's going through tremendous stress. And we, again, can't thank you enough, especially now with this fourth wave. And so we don't want to have your back short term, we want to have your back long term, and also create pathways for those that want to follow in your footsteps. And that's what the 2025 initiative is all about. 25,000 nurses, or rather healthcare workers specifically by 2025. The high road healthcare is really about family, more care economy broadly in the healthcare sector, broadening it beyond just more of the nurse framework and sector. We've got 21st century nursing, more different credentialings, 2030 social. You can read this list. You can see the complexity. I hope you see some nuance, including reproductive health workforce that we want to invest in. $1.7 billion just in the care economy workforce space alone. So you got career pathways, care economy, you got climate workforce. Again, these are just components that are 3 of the most significant of a broader, unprecedented workforce investment to address the crisis that persists in terms of retaining, not just recruiting new workers. And yes, I'll talk briefly in a moment about our teachers and our educators. Just briefly though, I want folks to know we're going to restore that we estimate roughly $5.5 billion R&D tax credit. That's on here. There are 10 specific tax incentives for economic growth. I won't go through all of them. We talked about a number of them, but top of that is that $5.5 billion R&D and the NOL restoration. We have new renewable energy tax credits. We have a new innovative headquartered tax credit, for companies that invest in California, that are headquartered in California. We're going to set aside hundreds of millions of dollars specifically related to those that are addressing low carbon green growth in the climate space. We're going to help middle income households with their taxes that are still struggling from COVID and the consequences, the economic consequences of COVID, by extending the opportunity to have interest-free and penalty-free tax payment plans for state taxes. We're creating a new earned income tax credit for foster youth, specifically, $1,000 tax credit. We're proposing that, proposing to expand the young child tax credit. And by the way, remember, I don't know many states that did one of these. We did one a couple years ago, and we want to now grow the tax credit by inflation, and we also want to allow it for people that have no income. It was a tax credit, as you recall, up to 5 years old, that you'd be eligible for EITC. In this case, we're saying if you have no income, we want you to qualify, particularly, again, for young tax. And this all, absence of the BBB, California is implementing these principles. And so, by the way, it's so interesting, isn't it? Everything that's been focused on in Washington, D.C. about what may or may not happen, we're doing almost exclusively. I mean, in many areas, I'm not familiar with many that we're not advancing. And we're also, by the way, going to advance a modest, I don't want to overstate this, but it's a $523 million gas tax holiday of sorts, recognizing that we have about a 5.6, Keely, you can clean this up if I'm off, but I think it's about a $523 million impact. We're going to backfill it in terms of the tax itself to transportation projects so that there's no direct impact to investments, but it will be a direct impact by avoiding that inflation adjustment that comes in July of next year to increase the gas tax. And so that's also being proposed as well. Education and child care, let's just jump right in, and we're almost done. $102 million, it's the highest per pupil Prop 98 investment in history. You can see it for yourself just on this slide. $21,000, almost $21,000 per pupil total. Prop 98 is $15,261. Just put it in perspective just for purposes of understanding where we've been and where we are. $7,100, over 50, more than doubled in the last decade. Now, I know what you're thinking. If we're going to double an investment, we want to see reform. We want to see outcomes improve, and I could not agree with you more. First, though, we want to just know what everyone asks every year, what's the COLA for the LCFF? And if anyone knows what COLA is, it's cost of living. If you know what LCFF is, you win the bingo prize, local control funding formula, well known up here, but we tend to talk to ourselves. Just know that that's more discretionary dollars for public education and educators. There's every educator in the state going, we like that number. It's not insignificant, 5.33%. But let's talk about the reforms, not just the money. I made this point last year. We got to reimagine the future. And if you're going to reimagine the future, you got to begin at the beginning by making sure we invest in the future. And that's 0 to 3 and ACEs and prenatal care, all those things. We are investing unprecedented money, but also high quality pre-K. Kevin McCarty and all these incredible leaders in this space and been fighting for years and years on this. We're getting it done. $4 billion investment. So it's no longer K to 12. I know everyone talks about K to 12. Not in California. It's pre-K to 12. We've established a brand new grade, pre-K. And it's supported by $4 billion. Last year was just planning dollars, the $200 million. That was the comeback plan, just planning. This year, we're moving. $1 billion to make it happen, $639 million specifically for the pre-K expansion. But you can't do that unless you talk about quality. And that's what that next number is, $383 million, reduce the adult to student ratio. Ratios matter. Quality preschool. Quantity, quality. And that's our focus. We're also focused on after school and summer school. We've been talking about that for decades. We're doing it. I don't know many states doing this. put about $1.8 billion last year. $4.3 billion is in this year's blueprint. Specifically for after school and summer school, it's $3.4 billion. And that's to have. Here's what this means. I mean, your kids deserve what every, fancy family gets, which is those extra supports. You deserve that, especially with all the social emotional damage that's been done because of this pandemic. We talked about the 0 to 25 on behavioral health. Now we want to augment that with 9 hours of academic enrichment activities per day, in classroom, out, 9 hours. That's the goal. In 6 weeks, income eligible folks in the summer. Fancy families can afford those summer enrichment programs, but a lot of folks that are living paycheck to paycheck can't. But no state, I don't know. Been talking about this a long time, but I'm really proud of this. Making these kinds of investments. If they are, good for them, but I'm proud we are. Talking about it for decades, we're doing it. And by the way, $937 million of that $4.3 billion is focused on arts and music. Talk more about arts and music. Investments, partnerships, community schools, CBOs, infrastructure investment, that's what that's about. Special ed, came in here, I said, I'm committed to doing more on special ed. I felt deep connection in this space in so many ways. $3.1 billion is the investments we've made, new investments over the last 3 years. $1 billion of that is ongoing. This year we're doing an additional $500 million ongoing for special ed. I talked about staffing shortages across the spectrum, particularly in the healthcare space. Here's where we have particular acute needs, and those are situational, deeply situational in the context of the Omicron surge. We've made, since 2019, about $2.9 billion of investments to retain, support, waive loans, fees, and the like for schools. All kinds of programs, and I want to thank members O'Donnell and so many others, and Leva and so many that have been champions in this space. We want to build on that by waiving exam and credentialing fees this year, more teacher preparation programs this year, more career counseling dollars this year, more supports across the spectrum for retention and recruitment. I'll recall, or rather remind you, you may recall, that in 2016 was the last time we passed a school bond, Prop 51. It was $7 billion. We've almost run out of money. There's $1.4 billion left, and we're doing the final bond allocation. So the question is, are you going to do another school bond? As you can see in this budget, we're trying to become more efficient, more general fund, cash, not bonds, avoid interest payments, debt payments, particularly with the inflationary environment. And so we're working with the legislature, and I know a number of legislative leaders are active in this space, and I want to congratulate them for their strong stewardship and leadership in this space as we figure out how to bridge, or rather, as we move forward and make a determination whether or not we will go this year or in the next few years on a new bond. We want to bridge that, and that's what the $2.3 billion general fund in the California blueprint proposes to do. It's a 2-year commitment, keep the dollars flowing. That has profound impact on development fees. We can go into the details of that across the spectrum. Work with the legislative leaders to figure out what we want to do in this space, but we're proposing the January budget, additional $2.3 billion on top of the $1.9 billion of proceeds that will come from the remainder of the Prop 51 bond. As it relates to transportation, just briefly, and I'll be turning the page here in a moment, Q&A. School transportation. Look, most of our school buses, old diesel buses, we want to get rid of. All of the goal is to fully electrify the entire school transportation system, reimagine it. And so we're putting up $1.5 billion in this year's budget in this space for charging stations and electrify that school fleet. Again, these are big investments. We'll have to do more in the future, but we're very excited in this space. Senator Skinner, thank you for all your strong support. My wife is passionate about this. So many advocates. We don't talk enough about this. The Trump administration went backwards. They were arguing for, forgive the, we're proud of this. And I want to just thank the legislature for their incredible leadership. 2 free meals a day, removing stigma. I can't tell you how many people come. I cannot tell you. In fact, Jen and I had over the holidays someone come up to us, and she started crying because she talked about when she was a kid, she was so embarrassed because she had a different color card because she was poor and got subsidized meals. and people started to make fun of her, looking differently at her. That stigma is real, not in the future. We're going to paint a brighter future where we destigmatize these low-income meals, and that's what this investment's about. And again, Senator Skinner, thank you for just being a great champion on this, and almost $600 million this year to make that real. School kitchens are a big part of that because we want to connect farms and schools. I mean, here we are in the most robust agriculture of the state, and you're thinking, why are we, you're producing all that healthy product across the street. Why can't we start to connect the school? And we find out we don't have the kitchens and we don't have the infrastructure. So $450 million a year to start building that infrastructure. And again, the farm to school investments is just around seeding a healthy consciousness and building those partnerships with our ag community, with our small farmers. Literacy, big thing for me. You, all of us should be. You want the biggest predictor, the future. You've heard all the legendary studies about determining populations at corrections on the basis of third grade reading levels. As perverse as that is, there's some truth to those studies. And you can see the work we are committed to this year, close to $800 million for early literacy and a spectrum of supports, and we think none more impactful than literacy coaches and reading specialists. We've looked at best practices across this country, and we believe this is the gold standard, and that's where we'll be investing some real resources with, again, the support of the legislature. Higher education, I've been working on this for, I think, since I was lieutenant governor, talking about a multi-year framework. Some folks shudder at multi-year frameworks. There's been some legendary multi-year frameworks that haven't worked so well in the past. But we have been working with our education partners, CSU, UC, and community college to see if we can come up with a new multi-year framework, and we have. We have the terms of an agreement for CSU, UC, and community college. They're detailed. I will spare you the details. And we are going to announce when those partnerships are formalized and supported, as we hope through the legislature, a 70% statewide degree attainment and credentialing goal. We've never had one. The state doesn't have one. We will if we are successful in implementing some of the core tenets of this budget. So we worked hard on this. I'm excited to share it with you. I'm excited because it's about access and alignment. It's about closing equity gaps. Yes, time to degree, builds on the work, because this is important. As a trustee myself and regent myself, a lot of work has been done at UC, their 2030 vision, and of course, the 2025 vision at CSU. And it's all about more Californians getting in the UC and CSU, more enrollment, more opportunity, more alignment, better utilization of our dollars. Here's the commitment, $1.6 billion for community college. You see the cost of living adjustment there, similar. It's part of the Prop 98 guarantee after all, 5.33%. You'll see a number of supports that we think are timely and important that have been strongly advocated by members of the legislature, and I want to thank them. So many members, legislature advocating for components of this, and again, forgive me always not sharing the leaders' names as often as I should. You know who you are. Thank you again for your incredible leadership in this space. $537 million will be going to the CSU with the support of the legislature, $304 million ongoing, and then new dollars for 9,434 new slots, close to 10,000 new slots as part of this budget. One-time money, including a Bakersfield Innovation Center, Bakersfield in Kern County, at the center of this transition to low-carbon green growth. Remarkable CSU. Been there on a couple of occasions recently, notably around COVID and their testing work, which has been incredible. $83 million investment there. Farms, we have these incredible CSUs that connect the agricultural community specifically, that do incredible research on healthy soils and soil sequestration, all these wonderful things. We want to invest in those partnerships, all part of the CSU blueprint. Again, these are 5% base increases. In the past, you've seen nothing, cuts, maybe 3%. We're talking 5% now base increases. UC, by the way, home to 70 Nobel laureates since 1934. 2 in 2021. Eat your heart out, every other state and nation in the world. Proud of that. you see. $308 million ongoing, $200 million, the 5% base increase, and yes, an additional 7,132 slots, so 16,000 new slots, new students. And you see in CSU, you'll see the one-time investments there around climate initiatives, deferred maintenance, great work that UCSF is doing on early literacy as well. Cost of attendance, always important. People talk about, well, you did community college for free. Yes, we've done that. We're not debating that, like the Build Back Better plan. But someone referred to it as free like a puppy. And as someone with 2 dogs, I now know what they mean. It's the full cost of attendance, not just the cost per unit. And so we are looking at reducing the cost of student housing. Great work's been done in the legislature. I want to thank you. We did $2 billion commitment last year. Here's our blueprint commitment, year 2, $750 million in that space. Thank you to everybody who's advocated in the Student Aid Commission for doing more in the middle class scholarship, an additional $515 million in this space, specifically to address the full cost of attendance concerns. And here's a big one, is Ana Manzanos. She's very proud of this in my office, and she should be. 170,000 people, we anticipate. 170,000 people will have access now to expanded Cal Grant awards through the expansion under the Student Aid Commission in terms of the budget that we're putting in this space. And yes, we're going after the textbook racket. You know who you are. It's usurious and outrageous what you charge and what you've gotten away with, just like those phone contracts at CDCR. There are a few areas we're going to continue to stubbornly work. And if you're an entrepreneur, focus on textbooks and focus on costs associated with telecommunications at CDCR. You'll find tremendous opportunity to create competition, which ultimately drive costs down, which is needed in this nation, not just our state. College savings accounts, first in the nation, 3.5 million people, getting some that over half those students' parents don't even have, and that's access to checking and savings in their name. The dignity that comes with that, and the opportunities that will come from that, not only in terms of a college-going mindset, but the ability to look at financial literacy and look at themselves from a wealth creation, not just an income perspective, completely differently. We're very excited about this. Thank you to members like Nazarian and others for their leadership in this space. $170 million ongoing for all new first graders. We want to keep that going. We didn't want it to be episodic, not one time. Child care, 200,000 child care slots is the goal. We're 73% of the way there. It was a multi-year goal, but because of the fierce advocacy and Leva and Friedman, so many others in the legislature and that have worked so hard in this space, we are committing additional $824 million in our blueprint to get close to 75% of the goal. More infrastructure investments, and yes, rate increases for child care providers, $373 million, and focus on child care deserts. So we look forward to working with the legislature to address whatever nuances of consideration, but very, very excited about the investments and the multi-year commitment in the child care space. Again, something we're talking about as a nation. We're talking about the economy. Child care is economic development. It's about whole person care. It's about the parents' agenda. It's about a 2-generation agenda. You invest in the parents as you invest in kids. You can't just invest in kids without investing in the parents, and that's what this parents' agenda you've been hearing about for years and years. Here's just some brief top-line investments. I mentioned the ACEs screening, more equity payments for prevention, focused on new parents, pregnancy, focusing on Medi-Cal premiums. This is at $53 million. You got a lot of working moms, about 500,000, that are making income that's just slightly above the Medi-Cal levels for eligibility, and then they don't get Medi-Cal. That's a disincentive, so we want to true that up and fix that. And then here's an interesting one. The home visiting, I'm a big believer in home visiting, particularly as it relates to Black infant care. We're going to go from this number, cares about these numbers, 3,700 families to over 6,000 families will be served if we're successful in getting this investment through the legislature. 7.1% increase in CalWorks benefits been proposed this year. As I noted before, the young child tax credit, cost of living adjustment, then inflationary adjustment, and then it'll be eligible for people regardless of their income. Let's briefly talk about keeping our streets safe. And I say briefly not because it's not critical and important, it's foundational. but we laid out the details of this budget a number of weeks ago in a presentation. I'll just remind you the commitments we're making to bolster law enforcement and local response, getting prosecutors to hold perpetrators accountable, getting guns and drugs off the streets, the efforts that we're doing specifically around the smash and grab enforcement unit that we are supporting more DAs at the local level, not only in prosecuting, but also supporting our Department of Justice, Rob Bonta, and the work he's doing at the DOJ to drive accountability and reforms in this space, real-time data, sharing small grants to business owners that can't afford deductibles if their businesses have been vandalized or destroyed in some cases. Support as well to continue our ongoing investigative work, which is, again, foundational in terms of holding and prosecuting these perpetrators. I have no love, let me just say this. I cannot make this clear. These are terrible crimes, and someone who's been on the receiving end of them, I can attest to it. It's wrong, and you need to be held to account. And we have to hold people accountable for breaking the law in these organized ways and threatening not just these businesses and our business community, but threatening our sense of safety that's foundational to any thriving society. And so forgive me for, again, being a little more intentional in terms of not only our focus on this, but also a little bit more pointed in terms of my condemnation of these activities. And let me just conclude by thanking so many mayors for their work and stepping up in this space. I get that they need partners, particularly as it relates to the regional nature of these issues, and I want to thank the CHP and our team for their hard work in this space. And by the way, I mentioned fentanyl. We have worked with the National Guard in intercepting fentanyl at our southern border. We'll continue our work in gun buyback programs, as well as our nation-leading efforts on gun violence research, despite the National Rifle Association's latest missive and lawsuit. What can you say about the NRA? I'll close on this, and this is the end. We are committed to efficiencies. Make no mistake, we committed to 5% efficiency when we had the budget deficit. That doesn't mean we back away from that. In fact, we are committed to making those efficiencies and redundancies permanent. We're creating a brand new creating a new division focused on sharing best practices around transformation and excellence in government operations. If you want to come into my office and know what really gets me enthusiastic, it's these conversations. I get that we have a lot of work to do in this space. It's a flywheel. It's going to take a number of years. There's been a lot of focus on COVID that I hope soon we can transfer to the focus on procurement and IT and issues related to modernization. That's reflected here as well. Yes, we are already in a hybrid workforce, providing the flexibility, still providing accountability, transparency. Just so you know, 667,000 square feet has already been relinquished of leased space in the state. And we're not going to turn back. We have a goal of reducing our leased space by 20%, and I hope we can exceed that. We focused a lot on EDD in the last year. We're going to focus more with investments this year in DMV. We have not taken our eye off the DMV ball. And no, yes, we are looking at all these lease revenue projects, these capital projects. Just to give you an example, I just pulled that off because I thought it was interesting. We have 300, this is just 4 projects, where we're swapping lease revenue bonds for cash, and we're going to save the taxpayers $355 million. Gives you an example of some of the work we're doing to, yes, make government more efficient. I'm not one of those more is better guys. As I said, better is better, and we need to be accountable for reforms. So with that, let me be accountable to you, avail myself to any questions you may have. Thank you again for indulging me. I take the budget very, very seriously, and I'll close by just making this point. The budget is not a reflection of me. But it is a reflection of what I believe is our values as a state. But it's also a reflection of the extraordinary work that's done every single day by members of the California legislature. And I cannot impress upon you how proud I am to have gotten to know and have worked so closely with our Speaker and our Pro Tem over the last 3 years. They've been incredible partners during the most challenging of times. To our budget chairs, Bill Ting, Nancy Skinner, thank you for your incredible leadership and stewardship reflected in so many of the items and values that we're promoting yet again here this year in the budget. To all of those chairs of committees, to all the new chairs of various committees, I thank you as well. I hope that so much of your work, Dr. Pan, Dr. Wood, and the COVID example is realized further in this year's budget. I could quite literally name each and every one of you. As I said earlier, many of you know who you are. Forgive me if I did not name check you, but I do want to end final words by just reminding everybody what I know, and that is this is a proposal, and this proposal will be considered in light of the challenges today, and we will be back in light of the challenges that present themselves tomorrow and through May in a revise that I anticipate will look very different than the presentation I made today. So if you are concerned about issues that were not included, know that we maintain an engaged, focused effort to continue to listen and to iterate and to work with our legislative partners to get to a product that we all can be proud of. We did that last year. All the confidence in the world. We'll do it again this year. Happy to answer any questions.
Hi, Governor Laura Mahoney with Bloomberg. On your healthcare proposals, do you believe that what you're proposing on the expansion is sustainable with existing revenues? Do you think you're going to need to increase any taxes to pay for your healthcare expansion? And with lawmakers re-upping their push for single payer, is that something you would support as well, which would also come with a price tag?
Yeah, so no, we have a balanced budget over the forecast period this year and the remaining 3 years within the constraints as we know them today on the basis of projections that we anticipate over the next few years. We have highest amount of reserves in our state's history, paid off so much of our debt, $25 billion has been committed over the forecast period just to pay down long-term liabilities. I'm very proud of California's capacity to make investments and to expand support. So the $2.2 billion is the general fund component. Over the long haul, $614 million general fund this year for that expansion, and I'm confident that we can do that within the constraints of the budget. That said, there is a proposal that I had the opportunity to review tangentially, not in any specific detail, around looking at single-payer financing. As you know, I've long believed it's inevitable in this nation. I'm absolutely convinced. In fact, I was convinced a few years ago, a decade ago on this. I've never been more convinced that that's an inevitability in the United States of America. The question is, what does it look like? Is it the Bavarian model? Is it the German model, UK model, rather? Is it the model that's well established in places like Taiwan? There are many different versions, and that's why we created a new commission, and we funded that commission to look at financing and look at different strategies to make progress in the implementation of new strategies to reduce redundancies and waste and provide more access in a more timely manner and look at the issues of cost. And that committee, that commission, will be coming out with a report in a matter of months. In addition to that, I should also note that we have a letter into the Biden administration, not dissimilar to one I gave to the Trump administration. We didn't hear back on the Trump administration. We're working with the Biden administration to afford flexibilities in this space. And as you know, we're not waiting around as it relates to the efforts around CalRx and using our leverage and financing in that space, and as you noted, with universal health care. So specific to the proposals that we're making here today, yes, I'm confident that we can do it within the existing budgetary constraints.
One more question. You have a lot of, last year and then again in this year's budget, you have a lot of targeted new tax relief or tax breaks, especially for small businesses or people who are recovering because of the pandemic. How are you tracking how those are working, whether people are actually being able to avail themselves of them, whether they're actually helping people? What are the outcomes from those incentives that you're putting forward?
Very specific, measurable, tangible accountability metrics that we established. That's why I'm able to tell you that we've exhausted the entire original grant program, average grants being a little over $15,000, the highest grant being at $25,000. We actually have an established metric as it relates to equity as a component of that grant, small business, women-owned business, and minority-owned businesses, of which we put out and publish. So all of that is on a dashboard. All of that is presented not only to the legislature, but consistently directly to me. The universe of those that have requested grant and small business relief has exhausted itself, or rather the universe is beyond the exhausted dollars, and that's why we put that dollar figure into the budget. So that's just to give you specific to that program example of how we quantify, how we measure. And that's done at the agency level. It's also done through GoBiz, our business wing or operation, organization rather, in the state. And we're happy to provide on the basis of the Main Street hiring tax credit as it relates to sales tax exemptions, the Cal Competes, which is very transparent, a very competitive process, all of those metrics and all of that information as you wish.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, Governor. Becca Habiger, ABC 10 News. We know many Californians are waiting on the final round of the Golden State stimulus checks, which of course are in the process of going out right now. And many families, however, are still hurting. So especially with the projected surplus that you have told us about, can Californians expect to see more direct payments coming this upcoming fiscal year? And if so, might eligibility expand to include even more Californians?
Well, as you know, no other state in U.S. history has ever provided $12 billion at the state level of tax rebates. And that's what we are committed to doing. We've done the vast majority, as you suggest. There are still some that are awaiting those checks, and look forward to getting those in their accounts very shortly. So that is something without precedent. Now, to your question, should they or expect more? That's an open-ended question. I am currently, and this is a question perhaps you'll be asking later to our budget team, but let me respond before it's specifically even asked. We project on the basis of the January budget that we will exceed what we refer to as the GAN limit by $2.6 billion. Now, as you may know, that $2.6 billion, half of it roughly goes to education. The other half has to go back to the taxpayers. So that's a more specific response to your question about potential tax relief or contributions of excess tax revenue going back to the people of the state of California. Now, the reason I didn't highlight that is that number will that number will substantially, most likely substantially change between now and May. And so we are awaiting more contemporary information and data, more reflected of what is currently happening before we had to put this budget to bed to ultimately make that determination. My sense is, to your question, that yes, there likely will be substantial contributions back to the taxpayers. What form they come in will work with the legislature, and to what degree, in terms of total amounts of dollars, will be determined more closely in May. I also want to note, it's important, I know many people believe that our reserves are not as high as they should be. I agree with you. But I hope they also would agree with me that in order to get those reserves where they need to go, we need a constitutional amendment to reform our reserve system. And right now, I'll give you an example. We reached the 10% constitutional threshold, and there's an additional $2.4 billion pursuant to the Constitution that needs to go for infrastructure investment. That's a good investment, but for those that would prefer those dollars to be in that account, it would require some changes to the Constitution that are much more nuanced than what I'm presenting. But the GAN limit, the constitutional caps, all of these things will become, I think, more clear, will be indeed more clear in the May revise, and will be more specific in terms of being able to respond to your question.
Thank you. Quick follow-up in regard to avoiding hitting the GAN limit. Would you personally be in favor of, if there is that money to give back to the taxpayers, having that come in the form of direct payments to families rather than, say, investing further in education, but giving it to families in those direct payments?
Well, I'm very proud of the education investments. I think there was a lot of wisdom in maintaining that space. We still have a lot of work to do in the education space, as you know, and I know, and every family in this state knows, in providing choice. And so much of our budget is about providing choice before, after school, summer school programs, the choice to send your kids to high-quality pre-K, community schools, enhancements, and all the other choices that we're now availing to families in this year and last year's budget. As it relates to the GAN limit, I am open to reforms and discussions. That said, the frame that is advanced is the one that we are advancing, meaning the rules of the road are well established. And so we estimate January budget, that $2.6 billion, 2.4 above the constitutional cap for infrastructure on the basis of the reserves, will be set aside. Again, it will change, and to the extent we will reform, I look forward to working with stakeholders, including parents and leaders across the spectrum in this state, to determine what that reform should look like.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Governor. Lizzie Mitri with KCRA 3 News. You talked about investing $12 billion into tackling homelessness previously, now expanding that with $2 billion in this current proposal. But some might argue that they're not seeing improvements in their city. So how can you assure people that these financial investments will actually translate into change that they're going to be able to see in their cities? And when can they expect to see that?
Well, I'm not the mayor of California. There are 470 plus cities. It's not an excuse. The state of California had no homeless plan when I got here. There were no investment strategies. There was no comprehensive approach. Now, to give Governor Brown credit, there was a modest contribution of a few $100 million that went to cities and counties for flexibility, something as a former mayor that I was never afforded coming from the state. I recognize, as every Californian recognizes, that the cities are not able to address this issue. And so in the last few years, we've been putting unprecedented, not just pressure, but focus and attention to this issue, and building unprecedented supports for cities and counties. I can't make up for decades. I just joined my third year and been a busy few years. But it's going to be an exciting few more. These $14 billion investments are transformative. Now, I noted, because accountability matters, Project Homekey. I referenced Homekey, and I think it's important for you and viewers to know that Project Homekey came out of thin air. We came up with an idea, put pen to paper, and in 5.5 months after we got legislative approval for $846 million, we procured 6,000 new permanent units of housing, of which 8,000 human beings are now residing. So that's demonstrable, specifically, 8,000 people that would be otherwise in shelters or perhaps on the streets that are now in housing in a matter of 5.5 plus months of being able to draw down those projects and begin to get people into those projects. Project Roomkey became a national model. 50,000+ people, because we master leased or procured hotel rooms in real time, got people out of shelters, off the streets, and into housing. That's why I referenced the number. 58,000 people supported just in the last year to get them off the streets and supports they need. That's unprecedented in California history, and at the same time, not even close to where we need to go. And that's reflected in the budgets we announced last year and the budget we announced this year. The difference, as a former mayor, while I may have wanted something for free, as governor, respectfully, I'm not willing to reside over giving it for free. And we have created the first requirement in state history attached to these dollars to require homeless plans, accountability plans, detailed plans. There's 6 metrics that are components of those plans, and they have to be approved by our Interagency Council on Homelessness, and that will happen later this year. And if they actually reach the goals, they get incentives and bonuses for more additional discretionary dollars to continue to advance the cause of producing real intangible results. I'll close on this. The most vexing and serious issue, if I was still mayor, now as governor, observing this state, probably travels much more than anyone else in this state outside perhaps someone in the trucking industry, is the encampments. We've got to clean up the encampments. There've been not a penny in the past for those efforts. Last year, we put $50 million up. This year, $500 million, specifically for resolution grants to get people out of encampments and to clean these encampments up. $1.1 billion last year just to clean up the streets of Caltrans, underpasses, overpasses. Additional $100 million that we're adding this year. Forgive the long-windedness of the response. You're looking for a quick soundbite for your piece, but it's a complicated issue. And perhaps none more complicated than the issue of mental health. And that's why we're previewing comprehensive conservatorship reform and putting billions of dollars to rebuild our behavioral health system that was dismantled and destroyed over the course of your lifetime, over the course of decades, and hold ourselves to a higher level of accountability as we will hold all the mayors and city county members to a higher level of accountability in terms of outcomes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Governor. Matt Bigler, KCBS Radio. The second priority in your list of existential threats is climate change.
Sir.
And which is why I'd like to get your thoughts on the new solar rules, rooftop solar rules that are before the CPUC later this month. It would make it, from what I understand, more expensive for people to go solar and decrease the amount of money they can make by selling their power back to the utilities. The question for you is that the right direction for California to go if its goal is to have renewable energy?
Well, that draft plan that was recently released, I just had a chance to review, and I'll say this about the plan: we still have some work to do.
Hello, Governor. Adam Beam with the Associated Press. Is there any money in your budget that would pay for people from other states to come to California to get an abortion? And this question, of course, comes as we await a ruling from the Supreme Court that could lead to abortion being outlawed or severely limited in other states.
Yeah, now, there's some nuances around existing policies as it relates to those, because we have many people that do come into the state. You're talking about a mass expansion in that space. As it relates to the January budget, there is not. Those conversations are ongoing, and we continue to work with providers, working with the legislative leaders in this space. There are a series of reforms that I enumerated as it relates to reproductive rights, a number that you saw on the slides, a number that I mentioned that were not included in the slides around flexibility in terms of medical procedures, but there wasn't a mass expansion specifically to your question in that space in the January presentation and budget that I'm providing and presenting to the legislature.
If I understand correctly, I guess negotiations or discussions are still happening. Is this something that you are pushing for?
Well, the budget that we lays out my priorities for this moment. A lot of negotiations are occurring across the spectrum of issues. I'll leave it at that, and respecting your question and your follow-up, particularly at a profound time, an existential time for reproductive rights and women's rights. I've said this on many occasions. It's rather extraordinary to me what has happened in Texas and what has happened in the U.S. Supreme Court. And so I feel a great sense of responsibility as a Californian, as a father of, well, not 4 kids, 2 happen to be young girls, to do everything in my power to empower them, empower their rights, their freedoms, and to preserve them, and to maintain California's unique role, and I would argue responsibility, to be a national leader in this space. So I'll leave it at that. We'll work through the details over the course of the next few weeks. Look forward to engaging the legislature more on this very, very important issue as we anticipate the Supreme Court ruling later this year.
Thank you. And finally, last question. Do you support the plan that was introduced by some Democratic lawmakers earlier this month that would pay for single payer by raising taxes by an estimated $163 billion?
No, I have not read the plan. You saw my proposal today is universal health care, first in the nation. You've seen my strong advocacy in this space. I laid out what I've been proposing over the last few years and the components of moving in that direction, and the need to understand more fully and comprehensively an approach and strategy, the tax incentives that I've laid out in this year's budget, including $5.5 billion in tax credits for research and development. I have not had the opportunity to review that plan, and no one has presented it to me.
Hi, Governor. Dustin Gardner from the San Francisco Chronicle. You talked about leaning into conservatorships. What exactly do you mean by that?
Well, as I said a moment ago, when you ask, I will only say that I look forward to telling you more. And I'll just say I look forward to telling you a lot more in the coming weeks. I recognize what you recognize. What's happening on the streets and sidewalks in our state is unacceptable. As someone that's leaned in terms of reforms in this space around Laura's Law and LPS in the past, who put out a broad vision around this issue, including homelessness, but broadly around behavioral health in a State of the State speech 2 years ago. I think my position is well established and known in this space, and just know over the course of the next few weeks, we will be providing more detail to the legislature of exactly the kind of reforms that we will be pursuing in the upcoming months.
And specific to clearing out encampments, you referenced that today. What sort of approach do you have in mind there? Are you talking about some sort of potential right to shelter approach? What framework are you using?
Look,
for
I was a
that?
mayor. I got thousands of people off the streets. I know exactly the approach I would take. I'm not the mayor of California. I look forward to working with cities and counties, mayors, boards of supervisors, city administrators. Look forward to working with leaders, nonprofit industries, faith-based leaders. But bottom line is the encampments out on the streets and sidewalks are unacceptable. It's inhumane. People are dying. I don't think this, I know this. I've had the opportunity, the privilege on multiple occasions in the last just number of months to clean up encampments myself, not least of which you're in the Bay Area off I-80, multiple encampments. And what you discover when you do that work only reinforces why it's absolute priority in this state to clean up these encampments. Now, we put out $50 million in grant resolutions, what we refer to as resolution grants, forgive me, to resolve some of the complex issues. They're nuanced, they're distinctive. Some of these encampments, they're stories of people's lives. There's an encampment down in Central Valley, and you saw family photos, you saw baby clothes, you saw high heels. You didn't see needles, you didn't see excess bottles of booze and the like. It's a very unique and distinctive challenge. That required a different approach, and that's why we put out $50 million of matching grants to help support local decision and determinations to deal with resolutions in order to encourage people off and out of these encampments. I'll give you another example. Down in Southern California, working with the VA, we had an issue outside of the VA of an encampment. The resolution there required actually bringing the tents into the VA proper off the sidewalk, because many of the vets, because of their unique needs, were unwilling to get out of the encampment. They wanted to be together as a cohort. They wanted to be protected and respected as it relates to their tents. And so we brought the tents in safely, and then we went out and got an additional, I think it was 86 tiny homes. Lennar Corporation, to their credit, provided them, and we put them right next door, or not next door, quite literally 5 yards away from the tents, and said, when you're ready to come out of the tents, we have tiny homes, and the goal is to eventually get them into the VA system. So it's complicated, and each one of these requires different strategies for resolutions. So you asked me to respond. It's not one size fits all. Localism, I'll say it, maybe it's a parlor game now, it's determinative in terms of those determinations. As a former mayor, that's the way it should be. And that's why we went from 50 million to 500 million this year in the proposal, because we are serious about doing everything we can to have the backs of our mayors to do the job, get people out of these encampments, get these sidewalks back safely for our kids and for the community, not just for some, and to make sure that we do it in a thoughtful and respectful and responsible way, because we want to help these folks. And we don't want to push people out of sight, out of mind. We want to do something to get them back on their feet. And I've seen this over and over again. Forgive me for being long-winded. We can solve this. Homelessness can be solved. I've seen in the eyes of thousands and thousands of people that many people give up on, where people blithely or naively say, well, they want to be out. Nonsense. I've seen it over and over again. We can solve this. It's hard. Tens of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands, arguably, episodically, throughout the year, struggling, living on couches, the back of their cars, people's garages. It's a tough issue. And California, we have a responsibility not just to acknowledge that, but to do something about it. And I just put up what we've done in the last couple of years against any of the rhetoric. And I hope people see a real roadmap here and a strategy. And to the extent people have better ideas, boy, we look forward every day to hear those and incorporate new strategies. But I think one that's long overdue is conservatorship reform, because we, with respect, need a few more tools to help those that clearly can't help themselves.
Hi, Laurel Rosenhall with the Los Angeles Times. I was hoping that you could address the feeling of confusion around COVID-19 that so many people are feeling, and by addressing some of the what seems to be inconsistencies in your policies. For a long time, you said that people who test positive, even if they have no symptoms, could be transmitting the disease. But just in the last few days, you've directed positive but asymptomatic healthcare workers to return to work in settings where they're intimately caring for other people. You've mandated vaccines for all state workers, but you're fighting a court order to mandate vaccines for prison workers. So I think a lot of people are just feeling confused about what we're supposed to be doing right now to overcome this virus, and I'm just wondering if you could address those specific examples and the broader confusion.
Well, look, I'm very proud. California has been a national leader in addressing this pandemic. I'm very proud of being the first in the nation to require healthcare workers to get vaccinated. I'm very proud to have done the same, the vaccine and/or testing requirement in our public education system and with state workers, including members of CDCR and prison guards. I'm glad of the fact that California has led in a series of issues, including testing in our public schools. And I think there's now 11 million tests that have been provided to our public educators through the county offices just since Omicron was announced, which was just a matter of weeks ago, remarkably, in December. I'm very proud of that leadership. I think it's demonstrable. I'll just give you an example. Florida is often looked to as an example, an alternative approach. You've seen, I'm not sure it's been widely shared, but just on the issue of deaths, which used to be foundational in terms of approaching any pandemic and transmissible disease, is how we can reduce death rates. California's per capita death rate, well, a few weeks ago was at 53% lower than the state of Florida. 50% lower per capita because of the approach we've taken. Non-pharmaceutical interventions, not just as it relates to vaccines, on masking. We weren't shy, we leaned in, including in our public schools, as some still debate that. So we've been clear, we've been forthright, we've leaned in, and we've been willing to set the pace and tone and tenor for many other states across this nation, and we haven't waited for permission in a lot of these areas. Now, as it relates to specifics around Omicron, new variant, creates different stresses, different challenges. And clearly, we have seen, and we were clear about this, very clear, when we just had 48 cases. I was in Los Angeles, actually at a site of a former encampment that we had cleaned up and remodeled into a parklet. We mentioned that of the 48 or so cases, the vast majority of individuals had been vaccinated. It was an early sign of how transmissible this disease was and virulent the Omicron variant in particular was, and the need and importance of getting boosted on the basis of the understanding at the moment and the understanding today. And that remains true to this day. Also, though, there was an opportunity to reinforce the importance of face coverings and masking, and why California had established a framework statewide to do just that. Again, we maintain that as a consistent message here today. That said, we are struggling to continue to get folks vaccinated. If they're not vaccinated, as you know, with all state workers, they're required to be tested. At CDCR, we are currently 69% of our CDCR staff, 69% have received their vaccines, 2%, at least one dose. We're making progress, north of 70%. Those that have not get tested twice a week. Those that are not vaccinated get tested even more at facilities that have had larger outbreaks. In the state, we're at 75%. We still have work to do, specific to your question, as it relates to state workers, to get them vaccinated. Those that do not, as you know, it's a mandate to test if you're not vaccinated. We continue to do more on testing. We're making progress with CHP. We've got work to do with CAL FIRE. We've been very transparent about this, and we continue to lean into this space. I'm very proud today. All the schools in the state of California are availing themselves to be open for in-person instruction. That's foundational. It's something that we're deeply supportive of. As you know, I believe this state was one of the few, if only, states where all of our related educators put out a statement of intent a number of weeks ago of the importance of keeping our kids safely in school and in-person instruction. And so testing is important. We've got to get more tests, but 11 million tests have arrived, 9.2 of the 6 million we said we would get. It was a struggle. I don't know what others did during the holidays, but I'll tell you what our team did. They were there at warehouses. They were waiting for planes to arrive. They were dealing with logistics from trucks that couldn't make it from Florida. But they worked hard, and I'm proud of them for getting those tests in at a time when no other state was even lifting a finger to do anything along those lines, though good intention. They just don't have the tests available. In some cases, we were competing with the federal government for the same. So we're leaning in. We're continuing to work hard. But we're mindful. I want to take a look here at this chart because it's an important opportunity to message something that I'll be talking a lot about this week. Here's the reality of where we are, and this is more important, perhaps, to people than anything that I've just stated. Where are we? Where are we going? And when is this thing behind us? Now, no one can answer the latter part of that. As we know, we've all been humbled by this pandemic. But here are the difficult and challenging realities. For all the success California's had compared to large states, peer states, here's where we are in total number of cases. You could see 1 year ago, just shy of 60,000 cases, just shy of 103,000 were reporting. This is from yesterday, but reported today. Here's the part of this slide that I want you to focus on, and that's total hospital census. We're almost, and we anticipate by the 14th or 15th, just in the next few days this week, that we'll be at a higher total hospitalization census than we were at the peak of this pandemic early last year. But also note, not all of them are COVID patients. 22,000 last year, 11,000 that we reported today are COVID positive. Now, we anticipate the COVID positive numbers to rise. Why? For every, and here's the latest number, and these numbers change. This is not about inconsistency, this is about the nature of a pandemic and a disease. As of this weekend, our current data suggests that we have roughly 4.5 folks every 100 that get, or rather, 4.5% of people that get the Omicron variant. 4.5% end up hospitalized. The average length of stay is 3.6 days. Two things to note on those numbers. The 4.5% is lower than the Delta by a significant margin, and the number of days hospitalized is more modest. It's less days than with previous viruses. So while the numbers may be percentage-wise smaller, the totality of those getting this variant are such that it's going to put tremendous strain on our hospital system. It's not unique to California. We currently have 2,250 contracted workers to supplement our staff. We're hoping to get another 1,250 in the next 3 weeks to supplement staffing in many of our hospitals, and notably in our emergency departments. Take a look at those emergency department visits. You see that number substantially greater. That's where tremendous stress is currently being placed as it relates to our EDs. And so we have work to do. You referenced some changes we just made. They're very consistent, and I hope you'll go back and take a look to avail yourself of more understanding of some previous orders we put back that allowed for the flexibility that we just allowed for as it relates to health workers. And so we extended that same flexibility as we had done in the past in order to address the stress on the system. It's called dealing with reality. The pragmatism, not what you want, but what you need to do at a time of challenge and constraints and scarcity as it relates to resources and resources we're competing with across the country. So we've done that by providing 200 more National Guardsmen and women at our OptumServe sites. We've extended the hours of operation. We've averaged just shy of 600,000 tests a day, just over example of the last 3 days, just as an example. We're proud of that. Proud of the partnerships with our own lab, Valencia Lab, doing 60 to 80,000 tests a day. Proud of the pre-existing work we did with the schools with PCR tests. As you know, proud of this, that we have submitted over 1 billion units of PPE to schools and communities, including N95 masks over the course of the last week or so, to specifically 6 county offices, tens of thousands of N95 masks on demand as needed. Those N95s will be delivered to our schools so we can provide even more additional protections. Many moving parts to address this surge over the course of the next few weeks. And let me just preview. It's not on this slide. Much of what I've said is not on this slide, but this slide will give you a sense of where we are today. We are projecting on the, depending on which chart and projection and modeling, and again, this is art, not science, that our COVID census, you see at 11,048 today, that census may increase by February 2nd to as high as 23,000, which would be above the hospitalized census peak from last January. And I believe that was the census peak last January was around the second or third week of January. So it gives you a sense of where we are. It's manageable, but it's challenging, it's difficult, and none more challenged than our frontline employees and these nurses and doctors that have just been overwhelmed. And, I know we say it, but you can't say it enough. They could dial it in. Many can't come in to work because they themselves are getting sick, but boy, do they deserve an expression of gratitude. And that's why, and forgive me, that's why I want to add this to multiplicity of issues we brought up. We are in discussions with legislative leaders around our sick leave policy. And we believe it's important to value those workers and provide them sick leave protections. But for those that are asymptomatic, to your question, similar to what we've done in the past, we wanted to provide flexibility. And I think that's consistent with past policies and practice. But I will say this, when it comes to a pandemic, I think one has to be very, very flexible on the basis of changing environment and changing conditions. And the worst thing you can be is ideological in order to run linear through a pandemic when in fact new conditions and challenges present themselves every hour, not just every day.
Thank you. If I could just ask, I know you've been asked about single payer, but I do think it's important to ask since it was such a big issue when you campaigned 4 years ago, and here we are, this is the final budget of your 4-year term, and you're proposing a massive expansion of healthcare coverage, but it's not single payer. So have you given up on single payer as a plan, and are you embracing universal coverage as an alternative approach?
Well, this is an opportunity for me to repeat what I said earlier, and I would encourage you to consider the words that were stated earlier and consider the words that I'll share here, but I want to do one more. I'm going to share a slide, if I could. This basically reinforces what I said earlier. I think that the ideal system is a single-payer system. I've been consistent with that for well over a decade. As you recall, talk about consistency, more than a decade and a half ago, I was mayor of the first city in the United States to provide universal health care regardless of pre-existing condition, ability to pay, and regardless of your immigration status, and said that I was committed to doing that as governor of California. And if this legislative proposal is supported today, we'll achieve that goal. I've also long believed in the goal that we are highlighting here today. So much so that some of my first acts as governor reinforced that framework, where we launched specific conversations with the previous administration, the Trump administration, and then when the Biden administration came into office, you can see the second bullet point there, we engaged the Biden administration around the flexibility that is required. See, the difference here is when you are in a position of responsibility, you've got to apply, you've got to manifest the ideal. This is hard work. It's one thing to say, it's another to do. And with respect, there are many different pathways to achieve the goal. And that's why not only are we engaging the federal administration on pathways for the utilization of Medicaid, pathways for the utilization of Medicare, flexibility in the same, but we are looking for waivers to have demonstration policy and pilots in order to advance some of those efforts so we can be responsible in this pursuit. Number two, we also established, with incredible legislative support, the Healthy California for All Commission. Its purpose was to focus on achieving a unified financing system. It's the stated goal. We put millions of dollars in the budget. They're coming out with a report in just a few months, looking at different pathways and different strategies. So you asked me about something I read in the LA Times that was never shared with me. No, I haven't had the privilege or opportunity to learn anything about the details except what was shared in an article that was a very fair, balanced article by John Myers. Beyond that, I don't know what they're proposing. I know what we're proposing. I know what we've done. I know what we're committed to doing, and that's following the tenets that I laid out very consistently over the last few years to methodically approach the issues around flexibility, pathways, pilots, and responsible approaches. In the meantime, doing what I said I was going to do, and that's advance the cause of universal health care.
Hi, Governor. This is Alexi Casa from Cal Matters. During the recall,
And by the way, everybody, Keely's here to talk about the budget and details.
during the recall campaign last year, some of the candidates who were trying to replace you had emphasized conservatorships as a central point of their platforms. I'm wondering whether your discussion, your consideration now of making that a policy priority in this year is at all a response to public or political pressure around encampments in California.
No, I wasn't aware of any of the detailed proposals. I'm surprised even here that there was a proposal from the current radio talk show host who was one of the principal candidates. I don't mean to say that blithely or dismissively. His name now escapes me, forgive me. But the reality is I've long been a champion for reform in this space, and I would encourage you, in fact, I would direct you, perhaps we can provide you the detailed comments that I laid out a number of years ago. Seems like a decade ago, it was just a few Januaries ago, around some of the issues, the history of the reform and the dismantling that occurred in the behavioral, or rather, the mental health and substance abuse space over the course of many, many decades, and our desire to advance reforms around LPS, Lanterman-Petrus Short Act, around issues associated with opting in or opting out of Laura's Law. We laid out a vision in that space. So we've been consistent on this for some time. This, I guess, the response to your question, well before a recall. The issue of encampments is not directly tied to the issue of conservatorships. I want to make that clear. Issues of encampments are just unacceptable. What's going on with encampments is unacceptable in this state, period, full stop. And that's why we did Clean California a year plus ago before the recall. And that's why we initiated last year at this time an encampment resolution strategy and commitment before the election last year. I've long believed we need to do more in both spaces, is the long-winded point.
Comments today, briefly touching on that proposal, and obviously we won't discuss the details, but you seem to tie them together as a strategy to deal with the encampments, to give the state more of a role on conservatorships to force people into treatment and out of these types of encampments.
Well, it's an opportunity then, if that was, and forgive me if I was directly tying it, it was not my intent to directly tie it to encampments. It's to talk more broadly about what's going on in the streets and sidewalks. Very concerned about ISTs, people that are decompensating, people that that are struggling across the spectrum. I think it's reflected, a lot of these reforms, in the CalAIM proposals that go back now close to 3 years, the integration of brain health and mental health issues that all are components of conservatorship reform. So this is something we've been at a long time. It's where you land. This is tough stuff. A lot of good people on all sides of these issues. And we've been stubborn. A lot of incoming in the last year and a half in the health space. We're trying to do our best in terms of keeping everybody on this topic and focused and moving a direction. We need legislative support. We're going to need legislative partners. We've got a lot of work to do in this space. I'm previewing it because I think it's important. I'm previewing it because I want you to know that we're not giving up. We're not satisfied with the status quo in terms of the tools in our toolkit to help people that are struggling and are putting themselves in harm's way. I don't want to see any more people die on the streets and call that compassion. There's nothing compassionate about someone dying in the streets or stepping over someone on the seats or sidewalks. Nothing compassionate about that. And as I said, what's happened in encampments, I've been there cleaning up encampments myself. We'll continue to be doing that. And cleaning up this state, which I've been doing on at least a half dozen occasions without any of you around, because I'm committed to the cause that I think is uniquely challenging here in the state of California to address this crisis, and it is a crisis, homelessness and housing.
And then can you just clarify this $2 billion for homelessness housing in the budget proposal today? Is any of that for more permanent units? And with all of the investments over the last couple of years, how many permanent new units of supportive housing does your administration estimate you'll ultimately get to, and all of that funding?
Well, the goal is, and I'll give you the exact details here in one moment, but the goal is we have a numeric goal in terms of the housing, and we laid that numeric goal out last year, and we are now adding to that numeric goal. If you can see right here on the slide, that the numeric goal for, let me get this correct, someone else has taken over the slides. Here we are. So 44,000, specific to your question, 44,000 units was in part of the comeback plan. We're talking about an additional 11,000 units. So the numeric is 55,000 total new units and treatment slots, to your question. As it relates to new money, I'll remind you, and it's why I put this slide up, to remind everybody the multi-year commitment. There's the 55,000 new homes and treatment slots. But as it relates to the specific investments, these multi-year investments, there were specifically about almost $3 billion laid out for behavioral health housing, specifically in that space. What we're offering this year is additional money to find a bridge to the permanent supportive housing. And that's tiny homes, that's procuring treatment and health slots and shelter slots in the interim. So the ideal is the permanent supportive, but in the interim, we've got to do more to provide rapid rehousing and other supports that are part and parcel of that $1.5 billion package. I'll have our team walk through the details of what's eligible for the dollars. It's been well thought out, but it is a bridge solution till the larger package, the $12 billion from last year, is ultimately implemented over the next number of years.
Governor Nicole Nixon with CAP Radio. Why wait until 2024 to fully expand Medi-Cal, especially since we're in a pandemic that is disproportionately hitting undocumented workers? I believe the expansion for 50 and over was passed last year and fully implements in a few months. So why a longer timeline for full expansion?
Well, I want to just acknowledge we're doing something no other state's done. I want to acknowledge the fact that the state has not been shy, and we've led in terms of the expansion for everybody 0 to 26, regardless of their status, which was one of the first things I did as governor last year. The May revise included everybody, all our seniors, and work with Senator Razzo and others to refine that. We set aside the dollars. We balance for multi-years. We have challenges with implementation like anyone does at a scale and scope of California. And we think over the course of the next number of months, as we adjudicate the merits and demerits of this, and recall, budgets are approved through a fiscal year. So it'll be the middle part of this year before the dollars present themselves, and then it'll be just a few months before the implementation, and that lands quite nicely in January 2024. So it's a long-winded way of saying we think it's appropriate considering where we are, and couldn't be more proud of the fact that we're doing something no other state has done before.
And then I had a quick question on wildfire funding. What is your administration doing to ensure that CAL FIRE, one, even has the capacity to spend this type of money, and two, that it is being spent wisely on projects that can most effectively mitigate fire?
Well, I think one of the great things about being governor is recognizing my role and responsibility in relationship to the role and responsibility of the legislature. And I think it relates to oversight and accountability. The legislature plays a big role in that, and I applaud and compliment that role and continue to support that role. That said, we have a unique responsibility ourselves as agencies, and I'll be appointing a new CAL FIRE director in a matter of, well, very shortly. I'll leave it at that. I'll be announcing a new director, and I can assure you this individual is well-versed not only in the challenges but also the opportunities at CAL FIRE and accountability in terms of producing results and investing your tax dollars wisely and thoughtfully. But here's what I would say in addition to all of that, and I think it's important. I highlighted it in the presentation. We put out a detailed plan in terms of fire prevention. That's a plan that provides a blueprint of sorts of our approach and our thinking, and allows us, with some thought, to plug in that vision and to apply those ideals with budgetary specific requests that we're presenting this year to the legislature in terms of equipment, in terms of prioritizing fuel breaks, prioritizing forest management projects of all stripes, from prescribed burns to reforestation efforts and the like. And so all of that is part of a broader package of transparency and accountability that's also embedded in the work we do every single day. But look, I agree with you. It's just a significant amount of money, $2.7 billion over 2 years. CAL FIRE and their respective agencies at OES haven't had these kinds of discretionary resources, or at least resources of this magnitude, in the past. And you're right to highlight this point, the importance of making sure the dollars are spent wisely. That's our collective job.
Hi, Deborah Kahn with Politico. Question on the local control funding formula. You're proposing to adjust the way that schools calculate attendance levels. Is that a compromise instead of just moving to an enrollment-based calculation like the legislature has proposed?
Well, legislature, we'll be working with the legislature. I know there's a proposal on that front. I should note that we are looking to invest about $1.2 billion of Prop 98 money to look at a 3-year ADA framework so that we can address some of the pre-existing decline in enrollment that predates even this pandemic, maybe exacerbated by the pandemic. So there's been the case across the country as well as California, as we work with the legislature on potentially more permanent and new approaches. So it's an opportunity, thank you for asking this question, to highlight that 3-year rolling average on the ADA that is reflected in an additional $1.2 billion contribution, so that we can address some of those enrollment figures in a way where there's not a cliff in terms of funding, but balances the concerns that persist across the spectrum within our educational system.
Okay. And then a question about high-speed rail, your new transportation package. Does it go any further, or how confident are you that what's in there will, for rail and transit, will make the legislature want to approve the bond funding?
Well, I want to get something done here. And we laid out a new approach to, instead of having pieces of a project that don't necessarily connect, that we can do what Eisenhower did in the 50s with the establishment of our interstate system, and that's establish a framework in the center of the country, in the center of one of the most dynamic, fastest growing parts of our state, the Central Valley, connecting 3 dynamic and extraordinary cities, Merced, Fresno, and Bakersfield, together. At the same time, doing that and finishing our environmental work, both for the northern and southern terminus, which we've done, and continuing to fund regional projects that can connect to the larger projects. So your question deserves a response, and as you can see in that transportation package, those regional projects are for regional transit projects that actually have components that are already part of the larger blueprint for high-speed rail, but are not exclusive to the high-speed rail, but are planned to plug in if and when the resources present themselves to more fully implement the broader vision. But we want to get the job done in one of the most dynamic parts of our state. We want to do justice to those in the Central Valley. Want to finish the job. We don't believe in running the 90-yard dash. And I think we've made progress with the legislature, and I'm sure you'll find some quotes to complete your work that may suggest gaps remain. They do, always, on every topic. But we've made progress with the legislature, and I think they'll look very favorably, I hope, at an unprecedented $9.1 billion additional transportation package that I'm really proud of, that I think addresses a lot of their specific priorities as well. We were very intentional in what we included in that package.
Okay. And then one question about your proposal to defer the gas tax increase with inflation. Has that ever been done before?
I don't know. I've just been here 3 years. I'll leave that to the historians. HD was here 1850. And so he'll walk through and he can regale you with the 5 or 6 perhaps other times. I'm not aware.
There's some trade-offs there, though, right? I mean, you're deferring, you're not getting some SB1 road repair money, but it is a regressive tax. So can you just talk about kind of the trade-offs there?
Yeah, well, because California is as resilient as it is, because we have the fastest growing economy of all Western democracies over the last 5+ years, because we've done a little better than many in terms of addressing the pandemic, and as a consequence, our economic output is strong, and as a consequence of that, our budget's running, really just extraordinary back-to-back surpluses. We are able to backfill that loss, as you referenced. So we're able to do that, and so that would be how I respond. No trade-off in this respect will make full those agencies that would otherwise avail themselves of the $523 million. Again, it's an estimate on the basis of what, a 5.6% inflationary adjustment on July 1st. Again, the experts will come up and they can adjust that inflationary number if I'm off by a bit.
Hi, Governor. Anita Chabrier with the Los Angeles Times. I just wanted to go back to reproductive rights for a moment. It looks like there's about $60 million in your proposal for reproductive rights, $20 million for training providers, $20 million for subsidies, and $20 million for increasing security around infrastructure and facilities. Do you see that commitment going forward regardless of what the Supreme Court does, or is it something that's reactionary?
No.
And can you tell me how concerned you are about threats if California does become a sanctuary state?
Well, I don't know about threats. I see it as opportunities. It's devastating because the threat to women's lives all across the country will be put into peril. And California is going to stand tall. Won't be the only state, but there's 24 states that have triggers that immediately revert if indeed they're successful at the Supreme Court. So this is an opportunity for California to express itself fully, to have the backs of women and girls, and to make sure that reproductive rights are advanced, and we do so with all the confidentiality and respect that women are, they should be, that they deserve, and we would like to afford. So the answer to the question is no. I hope we can continue to expand opportunities for reproductive rights, regardless of what the Supreme Court does. I hope that we can continue to look for efforts and opportunities to expand the workforce and provide flexibilities and security for our providers across the networks. And no, by no stretch, I want to make this clear, are we done, even between now and May. I'm looking forward to working with the legislature and working with our partners in this space. I can assure you the May budget will reflect even more support, and regardless of what happens, I hope in future years we'll have the opportunity to do even more still to respect women, protect women and girls, and continue to provide their constitutionally protected rights, regardless of what a few members, extreme members of the current makeup of the U.S. Supreme Court opine.
I'm going to jump to behavioral health. You've pointed out a couple times how decimated our system is for mental health care. It presents a really great challenge, not just in terms of providers, but facilities. Without going into conservatorships, what's your overall vision for what you want to provide in California for mental health care? Are we looking at community-based care, an expansion of hospitals? How do you see it working, and what's practical?
Well, I would refer you to the very detailed, and my gosh, when I say detailed, it's a slog, and I'm proud of that, detailed vision we laid out in our CalAIM proposal, which is foundational as it relates to provider payments, as it relates to the integration of brain and mental health, as it relates to whole person care approach, as it relates to community-based, culturally competent care, as it relates to incentivizing prevention, as it relates to treating brain health early before you punish it later, as it relates to justice-involved populations. And then I would refer you, number two, to the details that back up the California Comeback Plan related specifically to the home key expansions and the behavioral health expansions that were approved by the legislature last year on the infrastructure that is above and beyond the vision laid out as it relates to the reforms pursuant to CalAIM. And then I would, to the extent you're still interested and you haven't lost interest, refer to a number of other segmental components that are connected to the behavioral health system, but don't necessarily reside in those two buckets, not least of which the incredible support that is provided annually pursuant to the 1% surcharge that now current Mayor Darrell Steinberg has provided, which is north of $3.5 billion a year. And as I told Darrell the other day, I said, you talk about a contribution. You could be someone worth one of these billionaires worth $100 billion saying, I'm going to give all that money away, or you could have done what Darrell did to set aside billions every single year to the most vulnerable Californians as a set aside for all the years he has. Boy, talk about a life worth living and a life well lived. And so we look forward to making sure those dollars are well used as well. More reform in that space forthcoming.
Good afternoon, Governor. Thank you for being here. Colby Bermel at Politico. I want to follow up on your answer to the rooftop solar question. You said that more work needs to be done on the PUC's proposal. Can you please provide any more details on what needs to be changed? And are you worried that cutting installation benefits and imposing a monthly fee will hurt the solar industry and customers who want to install panels?
Well, I think on the basis of the latter part of your question, by definition, my assertion that we have work to do suggests and implies that just that, we have work to do. So I'll leave it at that. We're many parties, many conversations, lots of balls in the air, a lot of work in that space. More on that very shortly. But I think my answer says, well, at least responds to the latter part of your question. Do I think that changes need to be made? Yes, I do.
I get two other quick questions. Thank you so much. Your former energy advisor, Alice Reynolds, is now the CPUC president. I wanted to know what you've tasked her with in terms of the PUC's mandate going forward on the various energy issues facing the state.
I've tasked her to use her intellect, maintain her independence, to advance her integrity, and to use her best judgment in all deliberations pending and forthcoming at the California Public Utilities Commission. Beyond that, nothing more. I don't require litmus tests on details related to things pending or forthcoming. I appoint people on the basis of their character and their values. I've worked with her for 3 years through some of the most challenging and vexing issues you may recall. Seems like the black and white movie days, we were dealing with the largest investor-owned utility in the United States of America that was in bankruptcy. We had the prospects of financing drying up for the other IOUs in the state, the impact on our CCAs, our entire energy sector potentially at peril, not least of which as it relates to solar and storage industry. She did a magnificent job stewarding a process with the legislature. I want to thank all the incredible legislative leaders, Holden and others, for their great work in that space. That's was all the audition she needed to take the reins as chair of the PUC.
Thanks. And my final question here is to ask about cannabis. And the proposed budget says that the administration supports cannabis tax reform and plans to work with the legislature to make modifications to California's cannabis tax policy to help stabilize the market. And my question on that is, can you provide more details on what kind of tax reforms you want to see?
Well, always at peril, and I appreciate, and thank you for your question. I hope you can appreciate. A lot of good people have difference of opinion. Let me put up a slide just in terms of just providing additional bullet point. You may have seen it, though you're a little ahead of perhaps most that got through 300 pages. But we're projecting about $387 million of revenue in 2023. Now, that assumes existing tax rates. So to your question around reforming tax policy, that has an impact on the 60%, 20%, 20%. You may recall the allocation of this tax revenue primarily goes to child care, youth services, land acquisitions, and law enforcement. And so we've plugged budget components on the basis of an estimate in January, $787 million. So any reforms, to your question, need to consider the impacts of revenue, impacts to those categories of funding and investments, how that gets offset, how we augment that support. It should consider different components of the industry, and reforms have been offered aplenty. And so I'll just leave it at that, except to say there was intention by having that language in the budget. It is my goal to look at tax policy to stabilize market. At the same time, it's also my goal to get these municipalities to wake up to the opportunities to get rid of the illegal market and the illicit market and provide support and a regulatory framework for the legal market. And we need to disabuse some of those that are still holding out to the world. With all due respect, I don't think any longer exists of those opportunities. So we have a lot of work to do in this space. We've got a great director. We've consolidated many components of the industry, as you know well. And this year, I'm looking forward to working directly with the legislature on reforms at peril of prescribing, where I hope we land. I will look forward to doing so in a sequenced way so that we don't create more problems in terms of those negotiations. We create opportunities.
Hi, Governor. Sophia Bolag here from the Sacramento Bee. You mentioned a couple of times in your presentation that you anticipate there will be significant changes between now and your May revision. I'm wondering, do you anticipate that the projected surplus will grow or shrink? And what, are the major factors that you think will affect sort of differences to your budget plan between now and May?
Well, I think the most foundational is the just extraordinary capital gains you saw. I don't know where the S&P is today. I think they had 3 or 4 sessions where the S&P was declining. I'm very sensitive. It's like looking at the weather. I don't like the weather the next 6-7 days. Too dry. I don't like S&P. It goes down. I feel stress perhaps differently than others. I don't have a portfolio personally, but I do on your behalf. And I want to make these investments. I want to get folks off the streets. I want to make California more affordable, and I want to disabuse of all the critics that there's any veracity to their critiques. My point being, perhaps the most important determinative is what the Fed does, what the central banks do in terms of our fate as it relates to the tax structure that we currently have in this state and the volatility that is foundational and component of that policy because of our reliance on a small number of taxpayers and over-reliance often on the capital gains. That said, I'm not naive to this point, quite the contrary. And I'm sure Keely will come up and talk to you about it. What's the difference, you ask, between the LAO's estimates of surplus and the state or finance? And that comes down to differences of opinion, modest one, around corporate taxes. So another specific response to your question is corporate tax and where that lands will also, I think, impact in the short and medium run where we are. And so, look, May revise, I expect things to come more clearly Outside of a major existential event, I imagine things will be positive in May, basis of what we know in the last few weeks since the budget went to print and things remaining reasonably favorable. If we can tame the beast that is Omicron and in the next number of weeks, we can get back to some semblance of normalcy and move past a pandemic and look more, this is an endemic, and frame our approach accordingly and keep our schools open, keep our businesses thriving, then I think we're going to be in a very good place, not only in May, but beyond.
How concerned are you that, we won't be able to get past Omicron quickly as, we're all hoping, and what effect would that have on the budget?
Well, it could play a big role. I mean, obviously, it's directly impacting the budget in the context of the request, the legislature, the $1.4 billion that we're requesting for the remainder of the fiscal year. It just gives you an example of some of the constraints that have been placed on our system, the testing scarcity that's been highlighted across this country, despite the fact we've provided 9.2 million tests in the last number of weeks, 11 million since the first Omicron case to our schools. So yeah, that is a wild card. And it's not just Omicron. I told you last year, I said the word of the year was humility. We're starting with that same word in mind in 2022. You don't know what you don't know. There was someone who sent me some detailed information. I called last week. I said, what is this new Delta/Omicron variant? And there's some hybrid variant. I remember a year ago, we were tracking over a dozen variants. We had 2 West Coast variants that we were tracking. So this is it's a challenging time for all of us. No state poised to do better to manage it, as difficult as it may be, as circulinear as that approach may be in terms of our day-to-day responses. But I'm confident in this blueprint. I think we're being thoughtful in the January presentation. I believe it gives us some room for May, all things being equal, and I'm optimistic about the future. So I expect perhaps a little more abundance than most as we move into the next year or two.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Hi, Governor. Ashley Zavala with Nexstar Media Group. Just with the impact Omicron is having right now on our workplaces, just period. I know there's a lot of questions about the paid sick leave and, do we have a bill number for that yet? Will it be backdated? How soon would you like to see this implemented? Because I know it's probably needed right now.
Yeah, it's, again, the right question. Cannabis question's the right question. Paid sick leave's the right question. Questions around rent relief, the right question. We are in the process working with legislative leaders on all of those to figure out exactly where we land. So bill numbers aside, those negotiations are underway at the highest level of leadership. And again, let me applaud the pro tem and the speaker for taking the mantle, as they did with many other critical things throughout this pandemic. And our staffs are working closely to figure out where we land. I'll just offer, as an aside, it's too much information. I hope my time's almost up. We'll get finance here if they're still here. I hope you're still here. There's the sick leave we put together in the past. There's different criteria now as it relates to new OSHA standards federally, statewide, as it relates to isolation and quarantine requirements that have changed compared to where we were the last time we established the sick leave frame. There's some that want tax credits or grants. There's others that want to exempt those that were not exempted before in terms of the size of the number of employers that with number of employees, or those that want to expand it further. There are a lot of considerations, long-windedly. But I'll tell you, this is a top priority for me. Sick leave, getting the detailed answer to your question. I know it's deeply held top priority of the legislative leaders and of all of those that would benefit from it, particularly our frontline employees, particularly all of those that put on a uniform every single day to take care of our loved ones, in some cases taking care of many of us that have struggled and suffered through this pandemic. And those are the people we're doing this for, and we recognize they want an answer to that question, and quickly, and they deserve it.
And just a quick follow-up to that grim hospitalization projection that your administration is making. Dr. Galley last week addressed this, and I just want to make sure maybe this is still the case, that businesses and other restrictions, closures are not in the discussion right now as it relates to
100%
this
correct.
program. Okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Governor. Angela Hart with Kaiser Health News. I'm told I'm second to last questioner, so you're in good luck. I want to ask you about your vaccination strategy. You've pushed vaccinations and dedicated more money to increase vaccines across the state, but your messaging has caused tremendous confusion, and some in public health even say it has perhaps given people an excuse to not be vaccinated, as you have regularly publicly discussed personal belief exemptions and religious exemptions. I want to ask you if you're willing to ban personal belief exemptions in schools, and if you're willing to take on religious exemptions in workplaces. And beyond that, on a larger level, what do you say to people who want those exemptions?
Well, I'm very proud of what the state of California has done on vaccines. No other state has administered more doses of vaccines. We've been very consistent around the importance of getting boosted. Over 50, I think it's 50.67%. People now have been boosted in the state, still have work to do in that space. Given a lot of tools, supports for new testing sites. I noted there's testing sites that exceed over 6,200, but we also are providing flexibilities and support across the spectrum for more ample opportunities and sites, more partnerships with community-based organizations numbering over 700 to provide equitable access to boosters and to the vaccines. I'm very proud of the fact California has led, and many other states followed, with vaccine or testing. In fact, federal administration followed that up on the basis of a lot of the work that we did here in California. As it relates to getting that booster in the arms of healthcare workers, we've been very consistent on that as well, and we think that should be encouraged. Boost and or test. Now, that said, not with the healthcare, but with our state employees as well, we continue to make progress in that space. Now, as it relates to our emergency authorization, my authority as governor of California through executive orders as it relates to public schools, I believe perhaps you're referring to that, that needs to be codified if indeed it's the decision of the California legislature to do so, and there'll be discussions around that, and we can discuss the merits or the demerits of that. We've been consistent about what my order does and does not, and that's the basis of the facts that were presented and consistently been presented over the course of the last number of months. As it relates to where we land with the legislature, like many issues that we've been described today, we'll let that process unfold. We'll have those conversations, and we'll land where we are. We did what we felt was appropriate at the moment, and on the basis of those discussions, I look forward to illuminating you to my thoughts as they develop based upon where the legislature is over the course of the next few weeks and months.
Governor, just a quick follow-up on that point, though. You haven't been shy about calling for specific legislation on key components of your policy agenda. So are you unwilling in some ways to take on the personal belief exemptions that so many parents want today?
I'm very proud of the fact that California has led, didn't wait, led, didn't ask for permission, didn't wait for the federal government, the CDC, on so many areas. So we're not timid as it relates to the personal belief exemptions along the lines, if you're referring to public education, it's after full authorization from the FDA, which has not even availed itself, as you know, and gives us the time to discuss those concerns and those considerations. And I look forward to engaging the legislature on that basis. But I am very proud of the fact that we led, and California was the first state in the United States to require those vaccines for healthcare workers, and promoting the same for our students, the 11th required vaccine that builds on a well-established vaccine protocol that has existed not only in this state and this nation for decades and decades.
Thank you. And briefly, let me ask you about Medi-Cal RX. Community clinics and other entities across the state are really concerned that there's zero money or not enough money in the budget to offset federal 340B losses. I didn't see any money in there, and I'm wondering Why not give these entities the money they depend on to offset drugs for poor people and a range of other programs?
I think, let me cut you off. I think someone's misled you. I'll have Keely and the team provide the details of some of those supports that are not unique to this year, but were provided last year as well.
Governor, I'm sorry, did you say there is 340B money?
There was 340B money provided in the comeback plan, and the team will avail you of some of those details.
And can you explain why move a fee-for-service drug carve-out when CalAIM and California writ large is moving more forcefully into managed care?
We've laid that out in detail through our proposals over the course of the last few months. Our position is well established, and to the extent you can talk more fully and substantively in the context of those reforms with Dr. Galley, we'll make sure our team avails themselves so you understand our thinking more comprehensively.
Good afternoon, Governor. Tanu Henry, California Black Media. As you stated, many of the proposals are targeted and intentional to spur economic growth, jobs, and private sector participation. Are there specific plans to make sure they're equitable and inclusive, particularly for Black Americans who are still, Black Californians who are still experiencing unemployment rates that are higher than statewide averages?
Yeah. We've designed the programs with equity in mind. I believe in the presentation I referenced of the $4 billion of small business grants that we put out, a specific metric, which was minority and women-owned businesses, and making sure that we're transparent and public about who are the beneficiaries and recipients of those grants. That grant was designed with equity in small businesses and diversity in mind. Our vaccine efforts are designed with equity and diversity. In fact, we created a healthy index as it relates to what we refer to as quartiles in the state around this framework. So it's in abundance across the spectrum of the work we do, including specifically the work we continue to do to navigate around testing and vaccine protocols through COVID, and specifically to the extent that I think you are looking for more around economic development, specifically around economic and workforce development. And so you'll see that throughout not just the budget itself, the 300 pages, but in terms of all of the work our agencies are doing, not least of which GovOps. And I only reference GovOps, forgive me, I lose everybody. But Yolanda Richardson, our agency director, has been an incredible leader in this space. She actually created an office within government office around the issue of equity to make sure we're holding ourselves to account so you and others don't have to in terms of advancing that cause.
Also, you mentioned new investments in our CSU and UC systems. Are there additional investments planned for Charles R. Drew University in Los Angeles in light of the COVID pandemic? Being that university overwhelmingly leads the charge in educating Black and brown healthcare professionals.
Yeah, I'd have to ask Keely if there's a set aside. They'll come up in a moment and they can answer the details about that level of specificity as it relates to that set aside. But broadly, we're putting together a vision for the future, a framework, a multi-year commitment to the system that provides more predictability and we hope more accessibility, particularly for our diverse populations in the state, 16,000 new slots that are part of our multi-year compact that will be set aside just in the next budget year as a down payment, our commitment to make sure more California residents and more diverse student body is represented, that truly represents the state, both at the CSU and the UCs. But the team can answer the questions about any specific set-asides.
Mr. Governor, just because I'm closing this out, would you care to share with California how you prepare for a press conference like this and last through it for 3 hours?
Is that where we are? Forgive me, first of all. I guess better to ask forgiveness than permission. Well, I know you guys have heard me say this, I'm wasting your time, and my wife, if she could kick me, she probably would now, because I think we're an hour past our lunch date. I don't think there's anything more important than a budget. It's a reflection of your values. I think often budgets are just sort of dialed in by executives. And I've always been bemused by that and bewildered by that. Because at the end of the day, being executive, it's a very different function than being in the legislature. And, so many of the things I promoted and promised when I put myself in front of the voters 3 years ago have been reflected in these budgets. And so it's a point of pride, but also a point of passion. It's the why. If you ask me the why do you do this? Why are you interested in politics or governing? It's reflected in these blueprints. It was reflected last year in the comeback plan. It's a deep point of pride to see someone that's a beneficiary of a stimulus check or a young tax credit, young child tax credit. It's a point of pride when California leads the nation and you see those policies reflected in proposals coming out of the White House. It's a point of pride to acknowledge areas of weaknesses and to acknowledge that we have to do more and better on homelessness and housing costs and address the issues of reform, which are stubborn and difficult. And it's a point of pride that we continue to lead the nation in our response to COVID, but it's also humbling because I'm very mindful of the magnitude of the challenges that present us today and those that will present themselves into the future. And so thank you for the question. Thank you for your time and attention. Thank you all for the incredible support. And that's to the team. And thank you to Keely and HD and every member, Erica in particular, working with the slides, and to my leadership staff, Angie, and again, to all the incredible work that we look forward to doing together with the California legislature over the course of the next few months. Thank you, guys. And with that, let's bring up finance to answer questions.
Good afternoon, Keely Bosler with the Department of Finance. First off, I just want to say thank you to every member of my staff, executive team, to the entire team at Finance. Their work is impeccable. They have incredible stamina, especially straight through the holiday season, and also like everyone out there, lots of challenges with the COVID pandemic, and they have risen to the occasion time and time again. So just really appreciative to them. I wanted to start out before opening it up to questions with just a really quick kind of overview on the surplus numbers, because I know those get a lot of attention and people want to understand kind of apples to apples comparisons. So last year in the May revision, you'll recall the governor announced a $75.7 billion surplus. That's the big surplus. So that includes monies that are required under the Proposition 98 guarantee. That also includes monies for Prop 2 debt repayment and reserve deposits. This year, equivalent to the 75.7, this year's surplus is 45.7 billion. So that reflects the economy continues to grow, but it also gives you some indication of how extraordinary the May revision was last year. On the non-Proposition 98 discretionary surplus, the LAO put out a number in November of 31 billion. Our number that is equivalent to that is 20.6 billion. So the big differences between their number and our number has a lot to do with our revenue forecast, specifically around corporate tax. And we're working really closely with them, comparing notes, looking at all the same cash data that they're looking at. We just have differences in what we see as an anomaly related to the pandemic versus a more underlying trend. So that's the big difference there. I was going to go ahead and jump right into clarifying the gas tax issue. Governor did a great job. He had the right number. So this is the first time that we are proposing to suspend the inflationary adjustment. This was a new mechanism that was implemented as part of SB 1, the transportation tax increases under the Brown administration. And the first time we made this adjustment was actually in 2021. So this would have been, this would go into effect on July 1st, but we would otherwise pause that inflation adjustment. That means $523 million less in gas taxes. And we are, in our budget, have made a proposal that we're still working on to hold the local streets and roads budgets harmless, so that we could backfill those for any lost revenues. It's really important to note that the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act is producing an additional $14 billion over the next 5 years in money for our transportation system. So that's going to be a huge amount of additional money that's going to be flowing into our state, and those formula monies are reflected in the budget documents that were presented today. I also want to clarify on 340B clinics. There is a 340B, the payments to clinics related to the drug pricing. There is funding built into the budget for that. It's over $100 million in the budget year. I think that's it on the clarifications. I also was just going to run through with a little bit more detail on the reproductive health budget. There are really 5 main proposals. The first one is some increased flexibilities in the Medi-Cal program to provide increased access to medication-assisted abortion. There's also expanding the HPV vaccine as part of the Medi-Cal coverage as well. There's also a proposal for funding for workforce related to reproductive health clinics of $20 million, and then an additional infrastructure proposal around clinics of an additional $20 million. There's also $20 million, again, to buy out the $1 covered California subsidies that we have to implement as a requirement under the federal rules of running exchanges. And then finally, we also make a statement about wanting to work with the legislature to further reduce barriers to abortion in managed care plans for individuals who are in managed care plans. But I'm going to just pause there, and I'm happy to answer any questions, follow-up questions on the GAN limit or any of the other components of the budget.
Hi, Keely. It's Adam Beam from the AP. Question about capital gains. How much are you expecting, and how does that compare to previous years?
So it's to a point where we're almost to $25 billion for the 21-22 fiscal year, and that's approaching prior peak levels as a share of the state's economy in 2000 and 2007. And I want to elaborate a little bit more on one of the questions the governor got at the end, I think from Andrea. It's, what's going to happen between now and May. I will tell you, we lock our economic forecast down at the very end of November, early December. We did not have Omicron then. So that is the impacts of Omicron, which I think are really unknown still, but could go in a lot of different directions, are not reflected in our forecasts. In fact, we didn't assume any additional surges that had marked impacts on the state's economy. We also did not build in any of the other big thing that the governor mentioned was the Federal Reserve's announcement about interest rate increases likely next year. So that was also not something that we had the benefit in our forecast. The big thing that is always the big thing with capital gains is the stock market, in which direction it's going to go. If you had asked me that during the biggest and deepest recession that the U.S. has ever experienced, that we would see stock market prices continue to go up, I would have said that's crazy, but that's really what's ended up happening. I will say that the cash data that is not incorporated in our forecast from December looked stronger than we expected. There's a lot of things moving around because of the changes we made to the pass-through entity. This was a policy change to help address many Californians that ended up paying a lot more taxes when the SALT, the state and local tax limitation, went into place. There's a lot of shifting between personal income tax and corporate tax that's happening right now. So some of these things, may be, even though it's higher than what we expected, there may be timing issues related to just some of the big changes that have happened in our tax system in recent years.
And I wanted to ask too, just what the administration feels about the future. I mean, we've gone through a pandemic, the Delta variant, now Omicron. The state revenue's just been pouring in. It showed any signs of stopping. So how do you feel about the future? Is that sustainable? What do you think that'll look like?
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, we thought a lot about the future in this budget because a lot of the different proposals, especially in our economic growth and job creation section, is about sustaining and continuing that growth and also making sure that more Californians can participate in that and benefit from the economic growth. So we don't see anything, economists never predict recessions. We don't see anything on the horizon that would trip us up. But when it comes to revenue estimates and our history of these boom and bust cycles that have been driven by declines in the stock market, we are cautious, and that's one of the reasons why the governor did mention what he did about we really would like to see more reserves. It is complicated right now because all of the additional reserve deposits we make into the rainy day fund do end up will end up driving the spending over the limit, the GAN limit. And that's just a good segue to just remind you on the GAN limit, we are currently estimating that we will be above the GAN limit for the current year. That's 21, 22, and 2021. So that's the prior year. That's the 2-year period. It's a 2-year test. And so our current estimates are that we are over the limit by $2.6 billion for that 2-year period. Our estimates show that we are not over the limit for the 22-23 based on today's estimates. All of those things, though, will be re-estimated for the May revision, and we will have more information. But for example, if revenues continue to surge in the current fiscal year, we could easily be much higher than the $2.6 billion at the May revision.
Hi, Keely. It's Angela again with KHN. Thanks for taking our questions. Just wanted to get a little more specific on the 340B entities. You mentioned $100 million. What's the specific number for the 340B entities over 22, 23? And then separately, what does the administration say, if anything, is the total cost savings for the carve-out?
So for 340B, for the budget year, it's a total amount of $105 million. And in the current year, it was $52.5 million.
For savings?
Sorry, no, that's the payments, the 340B
Oh, in the
payments.
current
Yeah,
budget year?
Yeah.
And then how about the savings?
I'm going to have to get an assist from one of my team members about that. I don't have that at my fingertips. Sorry, yes. So pharmacy carve-out for the budget year, we are looking at 22-23, $414 million in total fund savings.
For the upcoming fiscal year, correct?
For the upcoming fiscal year. In
So
the
22,
current
23?
year, we are not reflecting any savings.
Okay, so you said $414 million?
$414 million, that's correct.
Thank you.
And then also on Charles Drew, last year's budget did contain $50 million for the Drew Hospital. There is not additional money in this budget that's being presented today, but that was a significant investment in 21-22.
Okay, you don't have to answer this right now, but if the cost savings in future years adjust, that would be good information to have. So I don't know if you have any notes on that, but
I do. I have it growing actually significantly in the out years. So 414 is our estimate for the budget year of savings. And that grows to over 800 million total funds in budget year plus one. And
next
then,
year?
Yeah, so that's 23, 24. So the year after.
You said
next,
800 million?
817 million, and then grows to 827 million the year
What's
after
827?
24, 25. So, we're always doing the budget year plus 3 additional years, and so that's our current estimate.
Okay,
Of course,
thank you very much.
as you go further out in all of the estimates, there is more uncertainty.
So it goes 414, 817, 827.
That's correct.
Thank you, Keely.
And just to reflect that, the insulin proposal that the governor mentioned, these are all all things that Department of Healthcare Services and others are in flight working on. So these estimates would reflect what we currently know about, and not new proposals like the insulin proposal.
Keely Heights, Laura Mahoney, Bloomberg. The budget estimates show that you're expecting a $10 billion increase in corporate tax revenue in the current year, and then it would go down by another $10 billion in the budget in the next year. What is going on there? Can you isolate why you're seeing this bubble in 21, 22, and why it would be going down again so much?
So,
the following
that
year?
is exactly what I was discussing about the big difference between us and the LAO. I think that there is, the corporate tax is growing, significantly faster than it has in history. We think some of that has to do with timing and anomalies related to the pandemic, and that we think it will level out more in subsequent years. And so that's really the main explanation for that. But it's larger than normal differences, I will say.
By timing and anomalies, can you be more specific about what?
I would love to have my revenue estimators get back to you, Laura, because I don't have a lot more specifics than that at this point, so.
Okay, thanks, Keely.
Hi, Keely. Laurel Rosenhall, Los Angeles Times. Just on the GAN limit, I know that last year at this time, the governor announced that
We were
plan-
over.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then there was the Golden State stimulus that was to solve that. But then in the end, the budget that was approved did give you stimulus payments, but somehow didn't trigger the GAN limit.
That's right, yeah.
So, I guess one question is what's the appropriate way for us to describe what happened last year vis-a-vis the GAN limit?
Yeah.
And then secondly, what do you anticipate for this year? Is it going to be the same thing where the budget gets structured in a way where the GAN limit doesn't actually take effect, even though the circumstances would make it seem like it should?
Yeah, let me go through what happened last year. So when we put forward the May revision, we put forward a May revision that showed that we were going to be in excess of the state's appropriations limit. That spring, the LAO had put out a document giving different options that they thought were reasonable for adjusting the GAN limit for things like realignment that had happened since the constitutional amendment was made. So in the final budget act that was implemented last year with the legislature, there were some adjustments made to the revenues that count in the limit to adjust for those realignments that had happened since the original GAN limit was implemented, mainly the 2011 realignment, and appropriately assigning those revenues to the local limits, because this is a state limit and local limits, so just want to be clear there. And so there were a couple adjustments like that, plus increased expenditures on emergency response, which are one of the things that's excludable from the GAN limit. So given all of those different adjustments, we ended up in a situation where we were below the constitutional limit on spending. Fast forward to this year, we put together our budget based on what what the governor wanted to and thought that the state needed, and we have that budget plan before you. We then go through and do all of the calculations to determine what is excludable and what counts against the limit. And our current estimates are that we are above the limit for again, 2021, that's the prior year that's over and done with, and the current year. We're actually significantly over the limit in the prior year, that's 2021, and we're under the limit in the current year. But taken together, that 2-year period, we are in excess of the limit by just $2.6 billion. That's really nothing on a $200 billion budget, obviously. So a revenue adjustment up, like Laura was just asking about the corporate tax, perhaps our estimates are too low. If we revise that up by $5 billion, we could easily be even further over in the current year. So that's how sensitive these things are, and that's why, because this is just the first estimate of this 2-year period, we'll make another estimate in May. We'll actually make the final estimate in the May of 2023. But the governor has asked us to come back and address the issue this May with proposals. So a lot of different directions things can go between now and May, but we will be back in May to address this issue.
And when he mentioned something about reforming this GAN limit, that would have to go on the ballot, right?
Right. So that, yes, it's constitution, and I think the main issue is really this tension that occurs between really wanting to put a lot more money into a truly rainy day reserve that can be saved for when we do have another slowdown in the stock market, and the requirement that the Constitution sets forward that requires any monies above that specific limit to return to taxpayers and to schools. So this year, for example, we are at the 10% cap in the rainy day fund. Even if we made a policy decision to put additional monies into the rainy day fund, that counts as spending. I know it sounds very strange, but it counts as spending to put that money into the reserve. So that would continue. That would also, and that compared to, for example, $5 billion in infrastructure spending, doesn't count towards the limit because that's one of the categories of expenditures that's excluded. So that just kind of gives you an example of how two different expenditures can have interplay with the limit.
So bottom line is, even if the circumstances make it look like the GAN limit's triggered, you guys have a lot of options to basically move the money around in different ways so that you don't have
well,
to
the Constitution does allow for some excludable expenditures. One of them is specific emergency expenditures coming out of an account, and then the other big category is infrastructure.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Keely. Nicole Nixon with Cap Radio. Quick question about school lunches. It looked like there was about $54 billion for last year and close to 10 or maybe more than 10 times that for universal school lunches in this budget. Is that for multiple years then, or are there other?
Yeah, no, last year we had 54 million, and this year we have 596 million. So it just really shows the evolution and expansion of this program to really expand not just universal meals, that's 2 meals a day, breakfast and lunch, but also increasing the quality of the food. And that's a big reason behind the 450 million additional investment in kitchen infrastructure, because our schools have been built for a long time now with a centralized plant, centralized cooking approach that doesn't necessarily enable us to maximize fresh fruits and vegetables in our school lunches. And we're also continuing to make investments in farm to school that does a better job connecting agriculture in California directly to school lunch programs. It's to offer other educational opportunities as well.
So this is just, again, one school year at a time?
Right, right.
As far
So
as the actual
54 was really just the beginning to get started in that direction. Because of some federal temporary expansions, a lot of schools were able to take advantage of community eligibility is what they call it. We also are going to require that school districts around the state that qualify for community eligibility have put in their application to pull down those additional federal monies so that we're not leaving federal money on the table as well. This is a big change for the state of California. Forever, as long as I've been working on school funding, the federal government has really been the main funder of school nutrition programs. So this is pretty unprecedented levels of investment to increase the quality and expand access.
And Keely, I think that concludes our question and answers for today's budget.
Great, thank you.